All right. Well, everybody, welcome to this Board of Supervisors meeting for February 13th. We're going to be calling it to order. Want to begin with the public participation procedures? No, okay. All right. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Campbell, would you like to? Great. Thank you. Ready? Begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. You probably noticed that I am not Supervisor Goldenberg. He is currently representing us at the National Association of Counties Conference, so I will be subbing in today as chair. So with that, we will begin with oral communications. This is for any item that is not on the agenda. So if it's on the agenda, you need to wait until that item. If it's not, this is a time for us to listen to you intently. You'll have 3 minutes to be able to speak, and please line up at the podium.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Jen Lopez with Visit Tuolumne County, and I am here to talk about two things very quickly. One is that the 2024 Tuolumne County travel guides have arrived, and you'll be getting yours in the mail if you haven't already. And we took a little bit of a different approach with these this year and make it more of an editorial piece so people can have it on their coffee tables and enjoy it for a longer period of time. And we hope you like those changes. And these travel guides are distributed all over the Bay Area and in airports like San Jose, Oakland, and also down in John Wayne Airport, which is close to Disneyland in that area, and also at 2 California Welcome Centers, one at Pier 39 and one at the Jelly Belly Factory in Fairfield. And I'll just put some on the back table when we leave. The second is to talk about the updates for the Tourism Marketing District, and I will leave these with you also. These are postcards that we'll be sending out to announce 2 learning sessions that will be coming up and that Visit Tuolumne County will be hosting. One is on February 28th at 1 o'clock, and the other is on April 3rd at 6 o'clock, and those will both be in the Visit Tuolumne County offices here in Sonora. And they're not workshops per se, but they're learning sessions for lodging partners or anybody who would like to come and learn more about the Tourism Marketing District and the process for that. So I'll give those to you, and you will have to scan the QR code to see the dates again. But it's also on our website, visittuolumne.com/TMD. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jen.
Well, good morning, Tuolumne County Corporation. My name is John Flynn. For all those who don't know me, I'm John Flynn, the political watchdog. Take a bite out of crime. Arr, arr, arr. But anyways, you're all crooked supervisors anyways for taking out the $10 million out of the workman's comp for your claiming you have for using it for your liability insurance, which is illegal. And you had an opportunity that is illegal under California Government Code of 1463, which covers Government Code 1457. Enough with that. Now, your legal department, Sarah Jean Corella and Christopher Smith had Ty Robbins served on February 1st with a protective order because he's criticizing them for not failure to notify the sheriff, Bill Pulley, or maybe Cassandra Jenkins, that there is a child trafficking ring going on with the county courthouse. They have responsibility as lawyers, and they have a right to, and they should be protecting children's rights under the Constitution as well. They took an oath to that to get their law degree, and they've taken an oath here. And it's also protected free speech with Ty Robbins. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled on that this past October 2023, that anybody can criticize anybody. You can use profanity. I'm not going to, except for the contractor. But I gave your fair warning to your clerk of the board I was going to do that. I believe that was December 5th of 2023. Also, they have a California Department of Justice policy governing citizens' complaints against law enforcement. And you have to go through the public inquiry, but I understand why. I'm kind of iffy on that one. But since they have it, my first complaint is going to go against Rob Bonta, the Attorney General. That's my first complaint I'm going to do, is against him. I have my reasons for that. And then for the Judge Siebert, who knows about the child trafficking, there is a legal maneuver that Ty Robbins is going to use. It's called a remonstrance, which is rarely ever discussed, but he's going to go through the state legislature and have him impeached. And that is about it. I could go on, let's see, a little bit more. And then Kathleen Half, you falsified the record on December 12th verbally. You were the chair of 2023, and you did falsify my records publicly and under 2071 and 2073, and you tampered. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments?
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Alicia Hanks with Area 12 Agency on Aging, and I just wanted to bring to your attention some learning series that we have going on starting in March. So in March, we will have the 10 warning signs of Alzheimer's. We have partnered with the Alzheimer's Association of Northern California and Northern Nevada, and that will be held at the Southside Community Center in Groveland. We also have effective communication and behavioral strategies, which will be held at the Jamestown Community Hall, and that's on April 29th. And on June 24th, we have Understanding Alzheimer's and Dementia, which will be held at the Sonora Senior Center. And then in May, we have also partnered with UC Davis Alzheimer's Center, and we are bringing a healthy aging and caregiver workshop to Tuolumne County. It will be held on May 15th at the Tuolumne Resiliency Center, and we'll have speakers from the director of UC Davis Alzheimer's Center, Native Elder Care Curriculum from the University of North Dakota, self-care activities from the Tuolumne County Arts Council, estate and will planning with Tamra Pauley, self-care with licensed clinical social workers, simple and healthy cooking from a local chef, chair yoga from one of our great exercise coordinators at the agency, and activities from people living with dementia, and that's from Valley Caregiver Resource Center. These are all free events. Lunch is served. Registration is required. So I have left some flyers on the back table for everyone and encourage all of you to share with your constituents. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, board. Lady and gentlemen, esteemed board. I hear some negative comments about you, and you do a real public service, so you should be proud of yourselves and sort of ignore some of the criticisms. Anyway, today here, I have to hang up this phone. I brought you a poem appropriate for the season. I hope you enjoy it. When we, the people, vote and decide the fate of all the various candidates, which ones will we choose? Which ones will win? Which ones will lose? Will it be the candidates with the most signs, clever words, and fancy designs? Or maybe the ones with promises empty? They beguile the public and promise them plenty. Would we, the people, be so wise and not be fooled by all the lies? Could it be when we, the people, decide the fate of all the various candidates, the ones who win and promise to serve will be the ones we, the people, deserve? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments? Going once, going twice. All right, with that, we're going to close public comment, and we are going to open up for staff reports. Good morning.
Good morning, Debbie Batista, County Clerk, Register of Voters, and thank you, David. I liked following you. It's election time, as everybody can tell. It started off really well. We've got over 200 ballots back, and all of those were either dropped off at the drop-off boxes or at our office downstairs. We haven't received anything by mail. I just want to remind everybody that we have 12 local candidates vying for 4 different places to serve you. And on Tuesday night, March 5th, they're going to be really anxious to see how everything turns out, like David's poem said. So if you can get your ballots in earlier than later, that would be really helpful. We normally get in somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 ballots dropped off on election day and or mailed election night. And that usually takes us 2 or 3 days to process through all of those because 1, we're tired, and 2, we want to get everything correct. So if we could get those 2,000 to 3,000 ballots in the weekend before the election, or even right now, that would be wonderful. So if you've already know how you want to vote, you've already done your homework, please get your ballots in earlier. And for the 200 plus that have dropped them off through yesterday, thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Any other staff reports? Okay, with that, we'll close that section and we will go on to our consent calendar. If the clerk can read the consent calendar.
Item 1, approving the Cal OAR System Improvement Plan to facilitate continuous improvement for Tuolumne County's CalWorks programs through June 30th, 2026, and authorize the board chair to sign the signature page for submission to the California Department of Social Services. Item number 2, approving a memorandum of understanding between the County of Tuolumne and the County of Calaveras for the provision of reciprocal temporary health officer coverage, effective upon full execution by both parties and to remain in effect until terminated by either agency. Item number 3, accepting the notice of completion for Kewen Mill Road Reconstruction Project, contract number 1730, and authorizing the chair to sign the notice. Item number 4, declaring miscellaneous property as not required for public use and surplus, and authorizing the purchasing agent to sell or dispose of the property through an online auction and or a one-day sale at 28 North Lower Sunset, Sonora, California, on a date to be determined. Item number 5, approving the reappointment of Julie Frederick and Daniel Hillier to the Carter's Cemetery District with terms to expire on February 13, 2028. Item number 6, accepting the resignation of Brittany Goes from the Tuolumne County Committee on Aging and directing the clerk of the board to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy. Item number 7, approving the cancellation of the regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting for February 20, 2024.
Nicely done. Not a 25 item list this time, so we got 7, thank goodness. All right, with that, I'll look to my colleagues. Are there any items first that you would like to pull off of this for discussion or a vote? Seeing none, we'll open it up for any comments on these items. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair Brandon. So the one thing I wanted to comment on was item 3. It's a notice of completion for Kewen Mill Road. Now, I'm a bit of a broken record on this road at this point, but it took a significant amount of time to get to the point where we could do substantial construction on that road. And when we talk about roads that need help in this community, there are so many in each of our districts that need it. But this community literally has one way in and one way out. It is Kewen Mill Road, and it was critical that some action be taken to make sure that this road was safe for ingress and egress during an emergency, and so that in general it makes that community a nice place to live. And so the fact that we're now at a point where we're doing a notice of completion for this road project, I think it's a triumph for this board. It's a triumph for Public Works. I give a huge amount of credit to Kim and Blossom in Public Works. They found a way to make this project work in a way that was economically viable. and that and the people that live up there are really happy about it. I've had a lot of really positive feedback, especially with this latest freak snowstorm that we had. I think it made the situation a lot better, people trying to get in and out of there since we've done that work. So I'm really happy to see this on the agenda, and I think a lot of other people have expressed their thanks for it. So just wanted to highlight that. And I guess while I've got your attention, I also want to thank Brittany Gose for her participation in the Tuolumne County Committee on Aging. I had a chance to pinch hit as the chair of that committee this week, and she's got a good reputation, done a lot of good work there, so our thanks to her.
Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Half?
Yeah, I just wanted to say the same thing about Brittany Gose. She's been such a wonderful addition to the Groveland community and to Commission on Aging. Anything that she puts her attention to has been very successful, and it was really a sad course of events that she had to leave, and she'll be missed. So I just wanted to put those words in for her.
Any other comments? Okay, with that, be looking for a motion from the board.
Public comment?
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'll open up public comment on the consent calendar. This will be just for items that we've mentioned here. Please line up if you'd like to speak. Okay. Not seeing any public comment. Thank you for that. Now I'll be looking for a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a first by Supervisor Half, a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining, passes unanimously 4-0. All right. Off to a great start. So here we go. We're off into our proclamations and commendations. This will be the item for grand jury. The clerk will read the item.
Item number 8, consideration of adopting Resolution 04-24 proclaiming February 2024 as Civil Grand Jury Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Great. And did we have a representative that wanted to speak to this item?
Good morning. My name's Carolyn Steinmetz. I'm with the Motherlode Grand Jury Chapter. On behalf of the California Grand Jury Association, the Tuolumne Grand Jury, and the Motherlode Chapter, thank you for this proclamation. Just a little bit about the Grand Jury here in Tuolumne. It's an investigative body created by the protection of the people and the enforcement of the law. There's 3 predominant functions of the Tuolumne County Grand Jury: providing civil grand jury oversight, responding to citizen complaints, and holding hearings for criminal investigations. And I just want to emphasize, too, if anyone is interested in being on the grand jury, there's more information on the county website under grand jury. There's a direct link. And thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. We'll open it up for any clarifying questions from the board. All right. Seeing none, we'll move into public comment on this item. Any members of the public would like to speak? Have 3 minutes to be able to talk about it. All right. Not seeing any, we'll bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I'll just comment. I mean, it's very important that we highlight the role that the grand jury plays in our community. It's an important check on the power of government, because truly the grand jury is comprised of the people, and they have broad authority to investigate a wide range of topics. And everybody in government knows if the grand jury, calls and asks for something, whatever it is, you give it to them, and that's good. There should be that kind of response to this direct oversight by the community. So and just to kind of highlight the sacrifice that grand jurors make, it's basically like a full-time job that people take on for. Do you get paid? I don't think you do. But it's a tremendous amount of work for no or little pay, and people take on that obligation for an entire year. So really grateful to anybody that serves on a grand jury, and really kind of in awe of the contribution that our members of the community make to our grand juries. So thank you for your service.
We'll close up comments with that too, that I echo everything that was said. I think the grand jury is a great gift to kind of the civic sector. We are tasked with a lot, not just us, but our staff. And to have citizens come forward who are knowledgeable that apply to give this time. Oftentimes folks join, government's extremely complicated. These issues are not fast. To spend the years, or year at least, that it takes to really dive in is incredible, because that means the feedback we get, that the county always agrees on everything, is invaluable. It's a third perspective on this that's independent, that has no interest really in the system tied. It's able to identify problems and also to highlight, I think, where things have gone very well. I know, for example, I serve on the ATCA board. It had a grand jury report that came out. I was new to the ATCA board. It's a fairly sophisticated organization. And knowing that a panel of 19 citizens had looked through and found that everything was pretty good, except I think we had to replace a truck, gave a lot of confidence in the operations of that organization moving forward. So just as one recent example, and if any past grand jury folks think, I didn't do anything about it, I read those old reports, and they're great. They're on file, and you can learn so much about the history of these items. So thank you so much for being here and presenting, and I think it's our honor to do it. I'll be looking to, Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I just thought, I have a question of our honorable representative for the grand jury, and I'm wondering if I can ask, if you'd come up to the podium, please. The time to put in a request for an investigation, is that time for this year over, or is there still time to put in a request for an investigation?
They take all year long, but their service starts around September and then goes through to May. But if there's anything in between, they will review those. It doesn't mean that they're going to take that subject on, but they will take a look at each one that's submitted and decide what they're going to investigate.
So citizens could still submit?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
And where do they submit to?
There's an email, I don't have it with me right now, for the grand jury. They can even do U.S. mail and send it in that way too.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Wonderful. Good question.
Any other questions?
And I wanted to ask one other thing, actually. If somebody wanted to participate, my understanding there was a change in policy. It's not just kind of random lot selection with it. They can actually apply. Is that correct?
Yes, they can.
And how would they go about doing so if someone was interested?
Again, there's a direct link on the county, and that goes straight to the foreperson, or they can go through the courts.
Wonderful.
Okay?
Great. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
You bet.
And I'll
Thank
be
you.
looking to my colleagues for a motion.
I'll move to approve, let's see, it's Resolution 04-24 proclaiming February 2024 as Civil Grand Jury Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a first by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, abstaining, votes unanimous, 4-0. Thank you so much for being here. All right, we'll move on and get all set up for item number 9, IT. Clerk will read the item.
Item number 9, consideration of approval of a comment letter to the California Public Utilities Commission regarding AT&T's application to remove its carrier of last resort designation in areas of Tuolumne County and authorize the chair to sign.
Wonderful. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for making the time to speak with me today. Wrong one. Wait. There we go. Two presentations today. I had a 50-50 shot. Come on. Sure.
Okay, and we're going to call a 5-minute recess real quick while we set up. Everybody stretch your legs, bathroom break. See you back at 9:32 or 9:33. Hand it off to Len.
Hello, thank you all for your patience. And thank you for making the time to address this issue today. So before the board is a comment letter to the California Public Utilities Commission regarding AT&T's petition to cancel its carrier of last resort responsibilities. Under Kohler, which we'll just call it for short, AT&T offers basic telephone service to any customer in specific areas. This was done years ago with the idea to make sure that everyone has service available. In exchange, AT&T got some exclusivity and the ability to set rates in a way to ensure that they were compensated. They were able to make a profit while providing that service. If approved, this petition would end that requirement. AT&T claims that 99% of the population is covered by two or more carriers, whether that be internet or mobile carriers, some kind of ability to make phone calls, and that copper is not needed. In Tuolumne County, that's really not the case. So the areas in red here are the areas in question in Tuolumne County. Underlaying this is AT&T's mobile service. You can see that while there are, a lot of the populated areas have service, some of the areas in the dark blue areas have less than megabit service, which in the best cases, sometimes you can't make a phone call. Sometimes it's hard to even send a text. So the objections that we're raising is that mobile service is inadequate as a second form, that the broadband infrastructure is inadequate. Last year we had a fiber cut that brought down all mobile carriers because we don't have redundant fiber. And not only that, but it brought down 911 dispatch. So obviously if that happened during an emergency, that could spell real trouble. There's also a very low mobile adoption rate amongst our elderly populations. And then within the petition, there's no mechanism by which the county can try to ensure that two primary services exist so that there is redundancy, which obviously creates a huge risk during an emergency, of wildfire, whether it's natural or man-made. Oops. So the comment letter, to sum up, in a couple of points, really is that the petition should be denied until redundant infrastructure is in place, and that their rules should specify procedures to challenge withdrawal from an area. I think that telephony and mobile is going to replace this, and it should replace it eventually, but we just need to make sure that we have the ability to protect our residents in the case of major problems. There are two ways for the public to participate. The first way is to submit a comment on the official Public Utilities Commission docket, and that's that top link there. Any comment there will be entered into as part of the record in the hearing. Also, the public can join a virtual public webinar at the second link. That is on March 13th, and anyone is welcome and can provide comments at that time. Any questions?
Great. Thank you for the presentation. This is definitely an important issue we're getting a lot of comments on. Open this up to my colleagues for any clarifying questions. Okay, seeing none, we will move into public comment on this item. Please feel free to come up and speak. 3 minutes to the item. Good morning.
Good morning. So one of the concerns about this is commercial fire alarm systems use copper phone lines to communicate to central stations. And I've had personal experience struggling with trying to use mobile communication and internet-based communication, and I ended up back with copper lines. They're really the only way to do things. Voice over IP doesn't work either, so I think this all needs to be brought up because life safety is a very important thing in our community, and schools and government buildings are likely to be affected by this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Short answer, send the comment letter, and let's hope for a delay while we can work on this. AT&T made a business decision long ago, not really, and none of us probably would have understood the rate at which technology was going to change, the economic impact to them, to us. But here we are, a couple of decades later, dealing with nature having its way on the copper infrastructure, just like nature's having its way on our water infrastructure and our power infrastructure. Meanwhile, broadband requirements have continued to increase, as we all know. Much of our life is now dependent on the internet. And the phone system, telecommunication systems have a role in that as well, which we all understand and are concerned about. My concern right now is that the last resort becomes a state-owned and operated solution costing many times more than it should if we can't do something locally, different, creatively to deal with it. So I'm just here advocating that, first recognizing that this is a complex and layered problem. It seems like everything I talk about is a complex and layered problem, but this one in particular is, and I'm advocating to the board that we establish a local advisory group. I know that the county specifically in its infrastructure, the county government, has a set of things that it needs to deal with relative to this potential of AT&T pulling out. That we're going to need county government-centric solutions, but we also need public safety-centric solutions, as Bob was speaking to, and I think our Sheriff's Department would probably speak to, and others. But we also need public communications utility solutions. So there's three groups really that need to be represented in this conversation. I'm advocating that we create a local advisory group that's suitable for Sarah to enable for us, that have commercial, business, residential, and governmental elements into that advisory group, so we all get together and talk about alternatives and solutions and how we might model a set of solutions here in our county that could then be utilized in other counties. And we need to be connected with RCRC on that too, by the way. But in any case, that's what I'm advocating. And based on your inputs, we might need to go find how we lead that. And maybe that needs to be led by a public group, and or it might be a private group that needs to do that, like the Business Council. In any case, thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff, good morning.
Morning, Board. Bill Pooley, Sheriff, and as a sheriff, I strongly urge you to join in and support this letter. We talk about public safety. If AT&T is allowed to go down this road, remove those copper lines, it could be devastating in the event of an emergency. As you well know, during fires and other things that we've had, storms, we've had a number of cell towers go down. They're unreliable. Until they can come up with and demonstrate that they have a reliable solution to this, I don't think they should be allowed to remove the copper wire. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Dory, good morning.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, Office of Emergency Services. I could not agree even more. Lynn is very familiar with OES's input on the analysis as well as the letter. We have to have this other layer. We often talk multiple layers, and when we're getting emergency alerts out to our community, as Lynn stated, we have a lot elderly demographic that chooses to keep a landline because they do not have mobile service. We also highly encourage, when we're out talking preparedness, we encourage our community to keep a landline because, as the sheriff noted, oftentimes our cellular service goes down or it's inundated, and folks, we just can't reach them and they can't talk to anyone else. And so This is really paramount to us as a rural community, keeping those different layers of opportunities to engage with our public, to notify them when there is an emergency, and we truly need this, and it will be an impact. So thank you.
Dory, one sec. Do you mind if I ask Dory a question?
Sure.
Yes.
Does Everbridge go to landlines, or is it just?
Yes,
it does?
absolutely.
Okay.
And I had to look actually because we were looking this as part of the analysis. We have probably AT&T roughly between businesses and residential. I think in our Everbridge system about 12,000 or so lines that we are servicing. Obviously, we have grown the number of what we call records in our Everbridge emergency alert notification. 3 years ago, we were at 30,000. We're close to 100,000 total different numbers right now. So we want to increase registering our landlines definitely. When we run the emergency alert test with the sheriff's office in the spring, it is mostly our elderly individuals who call us back on their landlines. That is their only method of communication. So it definitely will be very detrimental to our community in an emergency.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Wendy Hoffman Brady, and I'm speaking as a resident of this county. And the problem with, I live up the hill, way up in Long Barn, and we tried to get rid of our AT&T line because it was really staticky and did not work well. And the problem is we called AT&T and they said they still don't have the equipment that can support it anymore because it's so dated. So we thought, we could just get rid of it. Well, we couldn't. We were missing important phone calls. I have Verizon. It just doesn't work up the hill where I live. So I think we need to support this letter and make it known that they need to support the people in this county. Thank you.
Wendy, thank you. Okay. Looking for any last public comment? Yep. Good morning.
Morning. Paul Benton, been here since '95. I agree with everything that's been said, and so I'm here to thank you for doing this, and I hope that it comes to fruition. We're able to do that. We have a member of our family who has medical needs, and we need 24/7 service and access to 911. And as a senior citizen now, I also have found that I've had some health issues, and I also need that access. And it's not always dependable with the other systems that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. And public comment, 1, 2, 3, okay. All right, and we'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments on the item. Supervisor Haff?
If you'll indulge me, I have a little story to tell. Back in December, on the 20th, I got an email from somebody who has a mom, one of my constituents who lives in Groveland, and she was really worried about her mom because her mom wasn't getting the proper kind of service from AT&T. So I thought, okay, great, I'll connect the daughter of the mother with our governmental affairs person from AT&T, and did so, and I won't mention the name of this person because you'll see why at the end of the story. So they talked about what the situation was via email, so I was included so I could see what the discussion was. And after the governmental affairs person figured out what this was regarding, total ghosting. Didn't respond to either this daughter or myself. Again, we were into multiple emails back and forth into January. Then it becomes known at the end of January, beginning of February, that this is what AT&T plans to do. And Groveland is definitely one of those spots where they don't want to serve anymore. And this woman is also a medical needs person, the mom, and I just find it callous. And no regard for the human element. And I hope that this is not the reflection of the entire company, but we need to do what we can to support our constituents. And I really believe that if AT&T is this serious about doing it, they need to provide the proper cell coverage. They have the technology to do that, yet they don't. They would just rather rip away a service that keeps people connected, and it's just wrong. It's morally, ethically wrong. And I'm hoping we can make a case not only to stop this ridiculous action, but to require that they put the infrastructure in place. That's how militant I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell mentioned first, and then Supervisor Kirk.
Okay. Yeah, and I absolutely echo comments of Supervisor Half. And just to start out with, your comment about the lack of communication, I've experienced the same thing, where it's pretty frightening when a county supervisor, and this is a separate issue, but a county supervisor reaches out to AT&T about an emergency communication issue, and I don't get a response. Pretty frightening. Yeah, I mean, imagine if they do that to, government agencies looking for concrete, issues and resolutions to that. Imagine how customers are treated, So it just kind of gives an example. But I won't belabor that point. I agree with what you said. I am comfortable having the conversation with my constituents about changing their telecommunications practices. If they need to move to cell phones, if they need to move to other types of communication, that's life. That's technology changes over time. New forms of technology fall by the wayside. New forms get adopted. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about removing an existing telecommunications network and not replacing it with anything. And I mentioned this, I mentioned earlier that I was on the Commission on Aging. I served on the Commission on Aging this week. And they about hit the roof when I told them this. And of course, nobody on the Commission of Aging was aware of this because there's been no communication about it. And I think it's going to surprise a lot of people. I agree that and here's what really gets me, is that if this was just, we were talking about competition, this is a business, other businesses can come in. That's not the case here. That AT&T's given basically a monopoly status by the state. In exchange for that, AT&T is required to provide these types of services to indigent, elderly communities. And they're gladly accepting these rights that give them monopolies and ability to charge people higher rates, but they are not fulfilling the other end of that agreement, which is that they have to provide these additional services. So that to me is the real outrage about this. If we were just talking about an open marketplace where all businesses could come in and we could just go with whoever is the best provider of service, that would be one thing, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a state monopoly where they're not fulfilling their end of the bargain. So that's what's really outrageous to me. I hope more people are paying attention to this and are operating individually, contacting their service providers. They're probably not going to get a response, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't still try. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. You can't just remove one thing and then not replace it with anything else. We need more cell phone towers, we need more broadband, we need more fiber in the county, and until those things happen, we can't just strip something away from our community members.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I agree with what both of you said, especially the fact that if they're treating you as sitting supervisor via email and blocking you off and stopping the conversation, what are they doing to constituents? So that's pretty disheartening. I don't want to add anything other than what you guys said. I don't want to add to that, but I did want to mention just two things that kind of caught my ear today. One was Dory. I see that there's percentages and all that, but I think sometimes people reading this stuff maybe get lost in percentages. What I heard, and what maybe I'm asking if we could add to it, is what I heard loud and clear is we have 12,000 people who basically that's their alarm if there's an emergency, and we're cutting off their alarm via Everbridge. I don't know if we could add that, maybe a sentence or two speaking to that, because to me that's life or death. And then the other thing was what what the gentleman in the audience said, Bob, regarding the alarms and like that's something I've never heard before. So Len, I'll forward you that because I was given a little bit of information while I was up here. So I'll forward you that if the board's okay with it. If you want to wordsmith it and put it in, that would be my only two things. Is those are two things that I haven't heard that I think would be a little bit more impactful for the letter. So.
Thank you. My comments on this, I think me or my colleagues as well, but especially Supervisor Campbell, this is not, it's not them choosing to just represent this area of the goodness of their heart. They do this for those lucrative contracts around the state. They take public money to be able to do it, and we're an area that they need to cover. I think if the utilities had the option, they would have us conducting this meeting by candlelight and basically communicating by carrier pigeon. You know, the fact is they don't want to build up here based on, you know, us having a small population, us having more difficult infrastructure with it. But is that a reason then for the state to approve this removal of a carrier of last resort and to leave us basically in the lurch, especially where we are a disaster-prone area, a power outage-prone area, one of the oldest county in the entire state? There are several factors that say that we are going to get hit much harder than even other areas by this, and that there's not a backup plan. And I know that we've had a lot of ambitious promises with the state and federal broadband money, and I think we're in a very good position thanks to your work with it. But again, that hairy eyeball when they said, you know, we're going to connect every household, not most households. Well, they underestimated the challenge that we're facing on that. And so if they want to be able to do this, they need to provide an alternative. It's simply not acceptable. I'm doing a lot of door knocking right now. I'm talking to people that aren't out in the sticks necessarily. I'm talking to people who are in a suburb. Otherwise, you would think, fully connected. I just spoke with a lady, and we chatted a bit. I spoke with her a few years ago. And she just has a landline. That's it. That is her entire connection to the world. I believe she's about 80 years old. And so what is she going to do? Is she suddenly going to go find the digital literacy program, get a cell phone, learn how to operate a smartphone? How's she going to find out about that? Are they going to send mail to her? You know, it's kind of a crazy situation. So I appreciate this letter. I completely agree with it. I did want to ask, related to the downtime and the alternative, and I should have asked this earlier, if they end up still moving forward with this, I agree with the public comment that it would make sense to have a working group because we will have to figure out some alternative to do harm reduction basically with this. And I know that this is us taking a position on that, and I appreciate your analytics in it. In particular, you always do a very good job of a data case for these. But I support that idea. I support including the alarms in this as well. I think that is a very important thing. I know I'm at a business that is served by an alarm like that as well, and that would be a major concern. And then lastly, I wanted to ask about the downtime too. So even with the current service, we're seeing that not only do they want to leave, but the impression I'm getting is they do not want to invest in infrastructure they're planning to abandon. And we are still relying on this for dispatch landline service, et cetera, Everbridge. Is there anything that we can do from as the carrier last resort to kind of push that they need to maintain this to have a high level of, I assume there's got to be some level of uptime and operational kind of efficiency or whatever that they need to be putting money into maintaining this. So even if we stop them from abandoning last resort, what's to stop them from just simply not fixing anything?
I believe we have to work with the CPUC for enforcement on that.
Okay.
Right, because they're the ones who actually have the leverage, who can enforce that. And in fact, I think in the last outage, we had to reach out to the state to get their attention. And I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was through the CPUC. And so when you get the right person there, they tend to be very responsive. But I think that's the mechanism that we have. If that answers your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. All right, with that, I have no further comments. I'll be looking for a motion from the board.
I'll move to approve the comment letter to the CPUC regarding AT&T's application to remove carrier of last resort designation to areas of Tuolumne County and authorize the chair to sign.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Campbell, a second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor with, I think, also the recommended edit? Do we need to?
So, yeah, with edits including reference to
Everbridge
The
and
12,000 people
to our
relying on.
emergency alert system and to potential fire alarms where applicable and at your discretion.
And I second that again.
Okay, first by Campbell, a second by Supervisor Half for modified approval resolution. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining, passes unanimously.
And Supervisor Brandon, I did CC you in the email to him, so you can check it out as well.
Great, thank you. And Len, thank you so much for presenting again. Appreciate all your work in this, and to our public safety and emergency service folks too. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for emergency services for all their contributions as well.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take like a 1-minute recess to go into the 10 a.m. appointment, so let's begin setting up for that. As you know, on our agenda, we cannot even start 1 minute early when we put a time down there, so we're making good time right now, but gotta pause for a sec. Okay, we're going to be reopening the meeting shortly. Who do we have presenting for the 10 a.m. appointment? Presentation on behavioral health continuum of care. Is that Tammy? There we go. Yes, please. Thank you.
10 a.m. appointment, presentation on behavioral health continuum of care, 1 hour.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm Tammy Mariscal, Behavioral Health Director. I am bringing you today a presentation on the behavioral health continuum of care. Today's presentation, I'm going to be covering the services and responsibilities of the Behavioral Health Department, the purpose of the mental health plan, the unprecedented changes of the Medi-Cal services, and the opportunities that the department has. We are not only the behavioral health department, but we also are the mental health plan for Tuolumne County. We provide services culturally sensitive and, sorry, I'm nervous, and wellness and self-sufficiency and recovery of mental health and addiction. This is an organizational chart that shows the 73 individuals that are identified within the workforce of behavioral health and the managed health plan. So, before we start, I wanted to share that prior to 1969, the mental health system did not look at all like it looks today. 1969, the Latrams-Petrus Short Act was passed. It was intended to address people with severe mental illnesses that were institutionalized, locked in facilities, often for long periods of time, with no real plan to release back into the community. So the conservatorship law is kind of misunderstood. It's believed to be a mechanism for hospitalization. It is believed to be a mechanism for long-term care. But in reality, it was created to be a pathway, an off-ramp into outpatient community services, to provide services locally rather than within institutions. So when we think about what behavioral health does, our jobs are to provide stability, resources, and supports necessary for people disabled with mental health to get better within the communities that they live in, where their support systems are, and within the community that can embrace them and help them towards their recovery. So, the mental health plan begins with a contract with the Department of Healthcare Services. It's called the MHP. So it's the county's responsibility to provide, arrange, pay for specialty mental health services when individuals meet the level of medical necessity. Serving the most impaired. We're paid for by taxpayer dollars, realignment, 1991, 2011. The Mental Health Services Act, which was passed in 2004. Funding that results from our claiming of Medi-Cal services through the federal financial participation process. SAMHSA grants, substance use prevention block grants, one-time fund allocations from the state, and anytime any unfunded mandates may come down that we might have to lean on the general fund. So this chart represents the way behavioral health funding is today. Mental Health Services Act makes up 24% of our funding. Our federal financial participation in drug Medi-Cal reimbursements would be 31% of the budget. Substance use realignment, any SAPT grant is 2%, and any others makes up a small 5%. The others represent some of the funding that's coming through from the current investment that the state is making into behavioral health services and supports. You see there we have Crisis Mobile, we have Care Court, we have Behavioral Health Quality Improvement Plan, that's the QUIP. Those are one-time funds invested into the county's infrastructure when we have been able to respond to several initiatives that are underway. And I can please rest assured we've met those milestones to date. We are one of 3 health plans within the county. The mental health plan is the county, again, that we serve the most severe of the population, with your 2 other health plans that are also Medi-Cal health plans contracted with the state to provide what we would call mild to moderate services, leaving the services to be delivered by the county for the most severely impaired and disabled populations. So this chart depicts what I'm referencing. So the most severe individuals behavioral health serves through our specialty mental health services, which includes inpatient, residential, state hospital, or any other kind of facility that is for the purpose of stabilization, short-term, 72 hours, perhaps all the way up to 14-day holds, 30s, and beyond. So here's just the terms in words. Serious mental illness. It is for persons that are impaired that interfere in their major life areas. So who do we serve? We primarily serve the Medi-Cal beneficiaries. Those that are uninsured, indigent, or people that live below 200% below poverty level. Full scope Medi-Cal. And we also would serve anybody with Medicare and Medi-Cal insurance. So, individuals that we serve, their symptoms live on a continuum of care. At any time during a day, a week, a month, or a year, they may need a different level of care. Our services, supports, and outpatient care is for the purpose of trying to maintain individuals at their baseline, a level of impairment that they're able to function, survive in the community, and thrive in the goals and areas that they want to improve in their lives. So as symptoms go up, we increase the type of services that the individual might need. As symptoms are controlled or individuals become stabilized, it's the department's job to move those individuals down to the lowest level of care necessary, all the while maintaining an effort to ensure that we are using proper or taxpayer dollars properly. So this is an example of the outpatient specialty mental health services that we provide. Very typical, as you can imagine, outpatient therapy groups, medication supports. And then as you move down the screen, you'll see that there's crisis stabilization, crisis intervention, psychiatric health facilities, psychiatric inpatient hospitals, targeted case management, and a lot of oversight through our administration, which is actually the bulk of what the managed health plan does, which is monitor the usage of services and the funding that is attached. Today's presentation is really about focusing on adults, not to ignore minors. So no, all the services I just mentioned are also available to individuals under the age of 21. Of those individuals, there would be an increased services for those children, and that is called early periodic screening and diagnostic testing, also known as EPSTT, but I won't go into that. We also do safety crisis for all community members. So on top of the Medi-Cal mobile crisis that is provided to Medi-Cal beneficiaries and the clients we serve, we can also provide crisis stabilization for anybody that is residing in the county or happen to be visiting in the county. So we do crisis intervention. We also do 5150 evaluations. And anyone can access our services by calling our 7000 phone number. So least restrictive environment. It's really the department's focus, as well as the State Department of Healthcare Services focus, to treat our clients at the least restrictive environment. This chart shows an example of our outpatient settings and services all the way up to the intense and more restrictive inpatient settings. As you can see, the items that are listed in red are resources that we have to go out of town for. None of the types are available in this community, not because we don't want them, but because they're cost prohibitive to either develop or maintain, because they all have very unique targets for focus as far as who they're going to see, perhaps a particular subject matter that they specialize in, or other nuances that makes an individual either eligible or not eligible to receive services through their care. Also, it needs to be noted that in outpatient, we have a cost per individual that is less than if somebody were in an inpatient facility, where as the intensity of the care goes up, so does the cost related to that person's care. Something just clicked, my apologies. Okay. So, low frequency, high cost treatment and placement. So it's probably not a shock that the highest need has lowest cost per person, which is living independently, supportive housing, community integration, recovery and aftercare, permanent housing and support programs, and intense outpatient treatment is really at the core of what we provide to individuals. We know that when we can keep somebody living independently, surrounded by their support systems, and have easy access to their treatment providers, that they have a more an increased opportunity to reach their treatment goals and to stay stable. We have a far lower need for hospitalizations and residential health, and it's no surprise that, again, hospitalization and inpatient is the highest cost within the behavioral health budget. So residential facility usage. So this is an example of Tuolumne County Behavioral Health's numbers over time. So 2012, as example, we had 13 individuals that were placed in some type of residential facility and or hospital. And as the years have gone by, it's ebb and flowed somewhat. It became static in 2017, not really surprising because the pandemic was kind of in there. And then we landed with 2022 with 19 individuals on conservatorship. So this is an example of the hospital and residential placement expenses. What we brought forward here is so we could demonstrate the average cost per client for each individual cost residential placements, my apologies. So you could see as the years have gone by from 2018-19 all the way to 22-23, we have had an increase in placement costs. 23-24 is still out. We have a partial year there of 5 to 6 months, so that number is just there for comparison. So 5-year cost is a little over $7 million, maybe more, over half of $7 million. All funding that was invested or otherwise became an expense for our placement of individuals outside of the county system, outside of the county lines. It's notable that individuals that are placed out of county also means that behavioral health providers must go down the hill and also provide services and supports while individuals are placed, which takes away time for local services that can be provided to individuals that reside within the county. This explains an inpatient and other residential rates. So, individuals that are placed in a residential facility or boarding care, these are some of the average costs that would be associated with such placements. An individual on supplemental social income would pay an average of $13.98 a month. The county would kick in funds for that placement depending on the rates associated to that contract. We would pay up to $150 to $100 a day, $180 a day in a county patch. If an individual shows a high level of acuity, or they happen to be in a facility that is geared to treat the most severe, we would be paying a patch of $350 all the way up to $1,000 per day. You could imagine how it starts to stack up. Hospital bed days right now range at $728 a day at a $265,000 annually. Our supportive housing. Behavioral health maintains 2 supportive housing sites currently. The residents pay 30% of their income towards their rent. And Mental Health Services Act revenues kicks in $20,000 to $25,000 for the sustainability of the program. It's fair to note that stable housing results in less emergency room visits, less encounters with law enforcement, less hospitalizations, and increased access to treatment providers and the community at large when we're able to house and treat individuals on a local level.
The MHSA revenue that is identified there would be for one of the houses. So basically, it's between $40,000 to $50,000 a year for MHSA to help supplement that.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay. Supportive housing, approximate annual reimbursement and expenditures. So this graph is depicting a combination of expenses and reimbursements related to our supportive housing. So on a 5-year annual average, combined rents is $46,000, average for 11 clients. We should call them guests. In the houses is approximately about $2,000 budget. All right. Okay.
So as you can tell, this is much more sustainable for us as the Behavioral Health Department to continue this type of support for our clients, as opposed to sending them down to residential treatment. But we would still have to have more supportive services if we were to continue this.
So the point is really, when we are investing in local supportive housing, we are not only retaining funds that would otherwise be invested in out-of-county placements and services. But we're also developing a process where clients can remain home. Through supportive housing, we have less crisis. Through supportive housing, we are able to deliver assertive target case management. Bless you. And that's it. So the funding is volatile. Funding has always been volatile. We rely on, again, taxpayer dollars. We rely on the Mental Health Services Act 1% tax. Our revenues will decline as enrollment trends up. And there is an increase for mental health care overall. So our population to treat is growing. We are currently facing Prop 1. It's on the March 5th ballot, 2024, that redirects funding for proposed housing interventions. And we are facing Prop 43 that expands the conservatorship definition. So, real quick, SB 43 basically modernizes the definition of grave disability. Grave disability is defined in the Latrams-Petras Short Act. Prior to this Senate bill, it really targeted mental health severities and symptoms. The expansion allows for severe substance use disorders to be included in the new definition. Prop 1, modernization, renames Mental Health Services Act to BHSA. Well, I wish it was just that easy. Behavioral Health Services Act. It allows substance use disorders. It revises the way the taxpayers initially voted in the Mental Health Services Act in 2004. It no longer gives local control. It cuts the funding into 3 major categories. Housing interventions, $1 billion investment in county, 35% to full service partnership, and 30% for everything else that we do that MHSA has brought us since 2004. And then there's a 5% there for substance use mental health preventions.
So with both of these bills on the table for us, what they've done, and the other one has already been enacted, we just have a little bit of time before it actually gets implemented, the SB 43, and they are coming at us without additional funding. So they basically, and with this Prop 1 is basically they're doing a shuffle game of the same money that we received, in fact reducing it to give the state more funds to oversight, and then expect us to do what we're doing, plus add substance use and housing for the same monies that we get now.
I'll piggyback on that. Not only everything Wendy said, they've also increased the data collection, data analytics, reporting, and monitoring with no additional funding. And actually a reduction in that current category that actually pays for our federally mandated electronic health record. It takes away any funding for our performance improvement projects, to which we are required to have 2 for mental health annually, and now we will have to have 2 for substance use. Anything else I want to say about that? No. It is redirecting, when we say 30% for everything, so early intervention and prevention. So whatever funding is now being allowed to be locally designed is going up to the state, where they will be doing state prevention projects across the state of California. It takes away from technology, capital facilities projects. So things that we were able to implement that would support and enhance the behavioral health service delivery system is proposed to be no more. Currently, MHSA funds many, many things that happen in this community. ADCA, First Five, ISIS, Tuolumne Miwok Health Clinic, Catholic Charities, all do prevention and early intervention on behalf of the department and the community. Our community and supports, it manages to fund the Enrichment Center, your David Lambert Drop-In Center, full service partnership, which is the intensive care system for those of most impaired of the impaired we serve. Our 24-hour access and intervention program. Now, it doesn't pay for the core crisis intervention services that we do because that comes through way of our realignment. But MHSA funding allowed us to expand those hours. It allowed us to give weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, and walk-in services through those funds. And so the enhanced piece of our crisis system is definitely under threat with the reallocation of these funds. It brings us permanent and supportive housing, although they've poured quite a bit of the new proposed funding into housing, so I think supportive housing funding is very well protected under the proposal. It also pays for our quality improvement monitoring and reporting. As I said, monitoring and oversight is increasing, and the funds that support us in being successful in those reviews is going to be shored up. Workforce and education and training is very important. That is for not only the education of the employees that are required to respond and perform within the managed health plan and the county owned and operated clinic, but it also brings training to the community. It allows us to invest in different evidence-based practice trainings, law and ethics, other types of trainings that we share with our county partners across the systems of care. That money is proposed to be reduced significantly. Capital, we've already talked about capital facilities. And last but not least, the innovation plan. So Tuolumne County Behavioral Health's innovation plan was approved last year. It's called Family Ties and Youth Services. It's definitely within the spirit of behavioral health initiatives to not only treat the client, but to treat the family. So luckily this project's timeline does fall within the current Mental Health Services Act and fiscal authorities. So we will be able to follow the project to its fullest. But the new proposal means that no more innovation plans would continue beyond 2027. The current MHSA funding components looks like this chart now. So today we have 37% in our community services and supports, 5% in the innovation, prevention or early intervention at 10%, and P&I for other at 9%. You notice that 10% is for 25 years and older. This is what it looks like under the proposal if passed. So you could see how we have the big purple line is the newest component where they have moved 30% of that for services, but it's even more distinct. 15% of that 50% or that 30% is for homeless individuals, chronically homeless due to their mental health impairment. That's very important to make that distinction. This is not about individuals that might be experiencing other reasons for homelessness. This is really focused on homelessness due to untreated or mildly treated mental health severe conditions. 15% of that 30% purple, that purple space is for other. I believe this is where the veteran population falls into the proposal. You have behavioral health services and supports, 15%. Full service partnership comes in at 35% under the new proposal. And the early prevention intervention funds at 20%, and that little 5 is very important because that 5% is, from what I can understand from the proposal, will remain with the state. I shouldn't say remain, it will be taken up into the state so they can begin the state level prevention projects. When we add substance use to the pie, it looks really different. So we move into basically 17.5% of FSP, substance use only, 17.5% as example, mental health only. From the behavioral health perspective, this really does not make a lot of sense when you have an organization that is integrated. Behavioral health does not have siloed programs. We do not have mental health and substance use working independently. In fact, we are a behavioral health department because we've combined not only our charts, but the way we provide care. It's rare, but most of our individuals that we treat have co-occurring disorders and can and should be treated together. So carving up funding and making more restrictive buckets of money for small communities may not be in the best interest of the clients that we're contracted to serve. So I know you didn't ask, but why have we been doing all of this? So in 2020, the Department of Healthcare Services worked with Mantra to have an assessment done of the behavioral health system in the state of California. From that came CalAIMS, the California Advancing Innovation Medi-Cal Initiative, transforming Medi-Cal, bringing in a continuum of care that the assessment found really is the best course of care for treating the persons disabled and or suffering from untreated mental illness. Initiatives began in 2021, 22, and the implementation of the initiatives will run all the way through 2027, with the most highlighted piece being supportive housing, community-based services, and partnerships with community organizations and other county partners. So the impact of the program is pretty vast. We continue to have a lack of treatment beds on a state level. So although the transformation and investment into behavioral health is great on many levels, a lot of one-time funds came into counties to help us implement some of these big changes. But the beds, the creation of the beds for state hospitals, other residentials is slow going. So although we've received funding for such, the resources that counties are relying on a larger scale have yet to be delivered. Of course, the redirection of the percentages of full service partnership is going to be a challenge. We have decreased funding for our crisis response system, decreased funding for prevention services that we currently run through our contract providers, decreased funding for our community drop-in centers, decreased funding for our education and training for our workforce, and decreased funding for the federally mandated technologies and the compliance programs that we are required to administer. That's fraud, waste, and abuse. That's privacy. That's administrative oversights. That is how we run our business and show competency and compliance with the various regulations that are within our contract with the state. So we have some opportunities. I'm an optimist. There's some really good things about this modernization. We've been waiting for supports, housing supports, for decades. I mentioned the LPS Act at the beginning of this presentation. The state plan mentions plans for housing and increased services for individuals. So many things were put in place since the LPS Act passed in 1969, but some of the things never were delivered. I'm glad to see that they are coming in now. And one of those things that was promised at that time was funding for a local supportive services, and specifically housing. Bridge Behavioral Health took advantage of a one-time offering by the state for supportive housing and rental assistance that came way through the Behavioral Health Bridge Grant, which was awarded to us late summer. We have an opportunity to create more partnerships with our local mental health plans, with our local providers. I think that modernization in many ways gives us an opportunity to serve a population that for a long time did not have an equitable benefit within their Medi-Cal plan. And what I'm speaking about is the substance use disorder population. As I said before, co-occurring disorders, you cannot treat one without treating the other. And so it is exciting for behavioral health departments to see that legislation is recognizing that substance use disorder care is just as important as mental health. The good thing is that behavioral health local, we have been watching these propositions for some time. We keep close eye on the state plan. We keep close eye on the 1115 waiver between the state of California and the feds, and kind of watch what the feds are expecting the state to do. And in turn, we match those efforts to make sure that we are organized in a way that we can be responsive and align with the initiatives. So with that, I thank you for your time. Apologize for the rough start at the beginning, and do you have any questions?
Great, Tammy. Wendy, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate that. Open it up to the board for any questions. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Tammy. Deep breath. Centered. Thank you very much for that presentation. I wish the content was a little bit different. I'll try not to go too far off track. I have a lot of opinions about some of the things we're talking about today, but as far as questions I wanted to ask, well, first of all, so there's slide 27, which shows the current MHSA funding components as they are now. So the next slide after that. I have slide 27 on what I have. I don't know what it is for you. That's the one. Okay, and then 2 more slides ahead is with the addition. So that's what it is currently. There's 5 elements. And then the next slide after that, that's what it's going to be. Is that correct? So we go from 5 elements, so the pie has 5 slices currently, and we're going to this pie. If these measures pass, we're going to this pie that has 12 slices. Is there any additional funding to pay for those added responsibilities that it'll have?
No.
Okay, so we're being asked to do more with the same amount, a little bit less actually, because some of that money is going back to the state too.
That's correct. Actually, It's a little bit less.
Okay. And one of the things that I wanted to ask you about also is you looked at, so is the list of what does MHSA fund now? So, these are all the crown jewels of Tuolumne County. Every one of these programs, I think, is well known in the community as being very valuable. Many of them are already underfunded, and many of these operate on a shoestring budget currently. So if we're talking about decreasing funding to workforce education training, are we in a situation where we'd have to cease funding these at all, or where they could go away? Because some of them are kind of underfunded as it is. And so if we're reducing that significantly, what does that mean for the future? Could some of these programs go away?
we've not made decisions as far as having any go away. What we did last year with the 1, 2, 3, there's 5 here, the 5 that are listed, we met with them immediately and explained what Proposition 1 could possibly do for their contract. So we have already began to reduce, if you will, the funding that's associated to their contracts as well as their scope of work. Again, trying to align and follow Prop 1 as it was rewritten. Do you want to add anything to that one?
Which of this list, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you had to select one or two that are at highest risk for something like that, could you do that, or is that not something you're ready to do right now?
I'd like to defer that to another time.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Could I, am I correct in assuming that there is a possibility some of these programs might be at risk of closing down because of this?
Definitely. I mean, it won't happen immediately, but also remember that these funds come in, ebb and flow based on a sales tax, not sales tax, sorry, personal tax, personal income tax for people that make over $1 million. So the funds can ebb and flow, and we have had really tight years. And one of the other things that they have asked us to do at the state level down to the counties is say, the reserves that you have set aside, you can only set aside 33% of a year's worth of funds. So even if we go into difficult times, we're only going to have 33% to, be able to gather that funding from. And that was called prudent reserve. And it was one of the original, mandates of the MHSA funds. So I don't want to say that, we'll pick and choose which ones of these, but we will definitely have to go into some hard discussions about what will have to be reduced. Because we still have the ones that we have to provide mandated programs for.
Right.
I would like to add, one of the things that might be missing, it's missing from Prop 1 is Care Court. So Care Court came into play, and within the Care Court language, it requires that Care Court respondents become full-service partnership unless the department deems that that's not necessary, which would probably never be the case. We're dealing with the most impaired individuals. And as we know, Care Court was an unfunded mandate. So technically, they have added additional eligibility for your full-service partnership programs and decreased the funding at the same time.
And I had 2 more questions, if that's okay. One was related to I'll just focus on the FSP, because that's something that's, I think, another example of something that we do in our county that I think is very, very successful. First, if you think of somebody in a full-service partnership program, that's somebody that's at risk of homelessness. They're at risk of all manner of different issues because of a existing mental health care issue. We're able to put money into getting them help, getting them housing, so that they are productive and successful members of our community. And to me, it's a bargain. It's a bargain. You had a slide that said that 35%. The proposed rate for FSP is 35%. Is that of the total, or just of the behavioral health portion of the changes?
It's the total.
So 35% total for FSP. Mm-hmm. What is it currently? What is our current percent for FSP?
There you are.
Or do you have that?
Yes, 30.
Fine.
Well, depends.
So FSP is determined by the percentage that goes to CSS, and then it should be 51% of the CSS funds. Now CSS pieces that's been blurred because they've now moved everything under one allocation and said you have to cover all of these things with those allocations. Go ahead.
So it'd be 51% of CSS fund. What's the
And
CSS
so
fund?
CSS is, what's the percentage of CSS? 39%. No, of the whole amount. think it's like 70%.
Mm-hmm. 39%.
I just wanted to know if 35% represents a decrease of what we already spent on FSP or an increase. It sounds like it's about the same. It's a half of 70%. That's kind of in the ballpark.
So,
But the point is,
CSS.
we have the opportunity to choose how we do that now.
So FSP, which is now going to be FSP and Care Court, originally FSP was supposed to be 51% of the 76%. But in the new one, it's going to be 35%. We anticipate that to go down $243,000 per year. So it is so there is a little bit of loss of funds for FSP services.
Okay.
But more
So
clientele
go
are
from about 38%
anticipated.
to 35%.
Yeah.
Sounds like, okay. So the last thing I want to ask is that, so Prop 1, Prop 43, the implication of this and the way it's been talked about in advertising and by some state representatives is that there's a lot of waste in FSP, in MHSA. People point to Orange County. They spent like $2 million on like carnival rides and building exhibits and things like that using MHSA funds. Do we do anything like that? Do you feel there's any waste in the way our county or similar rural counties allocate MHSA? Are we just flush with MHSA cash that we have so much money we don't know what to do with it?
It is not raining cash. No, we do not do frivolous things. We really try to stay within the definitions of the categories. I think FSP is an example. It might be a misunderstood fund. There's a tagline attached: "Do what it takes," or actually, "Do whatever it takes." So there is. It could be viewed or perceived that funding is misused in counties. I didn't hear about the carnivals, but we might incentivize individuals meeting goals. They might take individuals out for a lunch that might look frivolous, or that we're spending taxpayer dollars to feed a client. But in fact, while we're having lunch, we are demonstrating socialization. We're demonstrating integration. We are watching and helping them maintain and use their coping skills while sitting in a fast food restaurant or maybe at a carnival. So there's different ways to view how the fund is used, and to really understand the purpose behind that spending might explain why it looks one way versus what the real intent is. But,
yeah, and we typically don't have any MHSA left over at the end of the year. Like, we're spending all of it.
We're spending, and Supervisor, I'd say that if behavioral health were to have a surplus of funds, or if we experienced what they call reversion, it was mostly due to either the inability to spend the fund within the category and the very tight constraints that they've put on funding versus our lack of intent to do so. Some of the money has such a precise purpose that some counties just have difficulty spending it within the timelines that's required.
All right, well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Aft?
Yeah, thank you. And Tammy, thank you for this presentation. You've answered a lot of the questions that I had for you over the weekend via email. I especially like your pie charts that really paint a picture about what we're in for. I do have some questions here, and I kind of asked this tongue-in-cheek, but maybe not so much. My first question is, can you give this presentation to the governor? I mean, if you were asked to, obviously. I mean, I think he needs, my reason for asking you that, it was a rhetorical question, is he needs to understand, and he does not. This is his champion proposition, Proposition 1, that's going to solve everybody's problem. The whole state is lumped into one solution, taking away our local control. And it's an abomination. No judgment there. And he needs to understand that this is not a panacea. So anyway, that was a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer that. My next question is, why do you think, or do you know why the governor is offering to cut MHSA funding to help pay for Prop 1? Why do you think it's such a great, why do you think he thinks it's such a great idea? And maybe you've already answered that with Supervisor Campbell's question. Do you have any idea?
Gosh.
I know it's speculation.
It is, it very well could be to whom the governor looks for guidance. If he is listening or has the ear of individuals that are from bigger cities, and not so much hearing from us little guys, the perception of what is needed is going to be skewed greatly. I think Carrot Court's a great example. Carrot Court is geared for homelessness on a scale that I hope Tuolumne County never sees. I can't speak to his intent besides that, but I really just think that it's who has his ear.
Who has his ear?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then this question is similar to the one that Supervisor Campbell asked, but I think it might be worded such that you could possibly answer it better. What services might we stand to lose out of the reduced MHSA funding? Do you have an idea of what kind of services won't be funded? Not necessarily the entities that would be providing them, but what kind of services would no longer be funded?
Let's see.
Or are at risk?
Well, our innovation services, absolutely at risk. And outpatient possibly. So not to throw a ringer, but it is important to note that of the Department of Healthcare Services Tuolumne County contract, it's for outpatient services, right? The provisions of inpatient and crisis. Crisis because it is for the urgent and emergent responses necessary for a psychiatric crisis. We would have to make sure that crisis maintains and is available to the community at large, which could mean that the current outpatient services and frequency contacts would be affected. So we could swing funding to make sure that that safety net service is in place.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Kurt?
I'll be careful not to go into comments. I'll save those for later. So most of the questions I had throughout the presentation, you would then answer on like the next slide, or some of them have been answered with these board members. So let me just cross off a few questions that I had, and it was on slide 15. Is the first one, and it was least restrictive environment. I think you said all the ones in red were ones that we, all these ones in red are ones that we currently go out of county. Would Prop 1 reverse that and more funding for providing those services in
Prop 1, the housing component, what it does, it brings funding or reallocates the current funding for spending of housing locally. There is a small piece of language within that housing component that suggests that those funds could be used for certain types of residentials. But please don't get confused between being able to spend funds on residential services versus being able to develop residential treatment locally.
If you don't have the staff or the...
Yeah.
So I get it, like the psychiatric side.
Right. So we'll continue to go down the hill for the items in red or the residentials in red. But I think the most important piece is that we have an opportunity. We have funding now. They are proposing that more funding be available ongoing in the future, specifically for specialty mental health services, supportive housing. And so there is the investment local. And I think basically, Supervisor, that gives us an opportunity to stay connected to those individuals, they have more access, like I said earlier, to their service providers, other healthcare services as needed, and we are avoiding the high expenses of higher levels of care.
Okay.
It's pretty much that simple. Thank you.
Let me see. And that was answered. Sorry, you guys did a good job bringing things up. I'll save my comments for the end. Oh, I did have one other question, and this is just the 30,000 elevation. It sounds like the majority of Prop 1 is going towards homeless housing and expanding substance use conservatorship. That's like the big main focus here.
That's correct.
Just want to be clear. Okay. All right, that's it for my questions.
All right, thank you. Thinking of my colleagues, you had most of the questions that I had. I wanted to ask one specific one. Obviously, the other component besides the funding is the bond measure. And are we preparing ourselves to basically take advantage of that bond if this passes? And what are we doing to make sure we're basically in a position to be able to access that for what we'd like to see?
The bond, meaning the different investments that have been put in place for behavioral health. So we've taken advantage of the behavioral health bridge grant. We've taken advantage of the Path 3 grant for pre and post.
Right. Tammy, I believe with the Prop 1 that there's a $6.4 billion bond authorization as a part of it too.
Yes, and do you guys remember, it's my understanding that that bond is meant to increase hospital beds and residential facilities, which we have not been prepared to address that because we've had those in the past and we could not afford them or sustain the staffing. So my answer would be no, we are not prepared to begin applying for grants to place residential facilities or acute psychiatric facilities in Tuolumne, as we had one and we closed it because the staffing, she has a hard time staffing what she has now, much less trying to keep a psychiatrist on staff and stuff like that. It's incredibly difficult and very expensive. So if they open it up to do more and broader type things, then absolutely. But right now, I know they're focusing on facilities.
Right. I know we've discussed this in the past. It hasn't had the critical level of patience with it. I guess the question in that is if we're expanding to substance use disorder and we're seeing care court, we're seeing conservatorship, presumably this is going to change what we were doing in the last few years. It's going to be a much larger population. So I guess the question is there anything that we can plan for to basically have some of those red areas of inpatient acute psychiatric services or anything like that in a similar model to what was done with the juvenile justice hall, where that is kind of a regional center that people are maybe able to send folks to?
I think anything's possible for the future. We've not gone down that road. As Tracy mentioned, staffing for ratios of outpatient mental health has been a challenge in itself. Those ratios are defined at the federal level. It's what we call network adequacy standards. What we have done is we have sought every possible type of level of care treatment contracts that we can. Planning for all levels of client need and getting those contracts in place. That includes any outpatient or other services within the county. And of course, we would look at any opportunity for regionalization. We have had some brief communications, meetings with some organizations that are interested in building out regional what they are calling dynamic treatment centers within the valley that would allow for the likes of Stanislaus County, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Mariposa to be able to utilize their services. And we're just we're all watching Prop 1 to see what's going to come next. I think we're all just kind of teetering on the decision on March 5th.
And my other question on it, with so much of this going towards housing interventions, specifically looking at with your pie chart there, the chronically homeless population and that, we're talking substance use, sober living facilities, that type, I would assume. Are we planning for the construction of new units of those types, since we now have a lead time on that, to be able to build out some of these rather than kind of the what's been the standard of conversion?
Well, there's a lot of timelines involved in the supportive housing efforts for behavioral health. One of our grants is in effect on a timeline for 365 days from award.
Right.
Definitely sober living environments and other substance use geared housing has been proposed through the opioid litigation funds.
Specifically new. So new construction, the estimate I would have of 30% of the housing interventions from MHSA would be about $1 million to a year, or something like that. Are we looking at planning for any type of kind of? We would want to be planning now for that into the future if this passes.
Yeah, we have not discussed building out versus utilizing what the county is currently offering, and also rental assistance, and with the ultimate goal of having our clients be self-sufficient and maintaining households on their own outside of a government-supported structure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Supervisor Kirk.
Sorry, I got one more based on that conversation. When I read about the substance use, expanding substance use, it ties into conservatorship, but is it going to be at a lower threshold than that? Like, based on that conversation, people who are substance use abusers, is it expanding it to them, or is it simply to the conservatorship side of things? Like, do they have to go that far in order for them to qualify? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So grave disability for mental health, it's basically failure to thrive. And so chronic mental illness, massive impairments in the major areas of their lives. So substance use side, it would be chronic inebriation in so much that they are not able to take care of their basic needs. So indeed, it has to rise to a pretty significant level before one would begin to be investigated for conservatorship, let alone be conserved.
So we wouldn't be opening up housing for people who are drunk or substance use abusers. It would be they have to meet that level, that extremely high level.
And stable, for sure. I mean, so I'm understanding that anybody that's meeting the conservatorship level of that severely impaired would be in a higher level of care. The supportive housing piece is really so we can work with our clients so that they either don't rise to that occasion, or that they've returned and are stable, and we can assist them in maintaining their sobriety.
So then they could potentially go into a housing program based on a substance use disorder to prevent that conservatorship.
From preventing that, yes.
So there potentially could be a lot more housing for that person.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Great. All right. Seeing no further questions, we're going to open this item up for public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak, please come up to the podium for your 3 minutes. Hello again.
Thank you. Well, I have a lot of questions. I just did a little quick research. So 85% of the governor's base has decided to vote, has indicated through a poll that they will be voting for this, and so it has a 68% chance of voting in California. I think it's a foregone conclusion this is going to pass. So we should probably start planning, which you are. I think that's wise. So I just wanted to ask a question that maybe you can ask on my behalf. So I see two buckets of individuals being served here, but the last question just blended those together tightly. Okay, one is specialty mental health care, dual diagnosis. That's a bucket of individuals that this would be really focused for. I think I can see that, and not the homeless community, right? But now we've kind of drawn a Venn collapse over that. That would indicate that a high percentage of our homeless community could fall into this category as well. So now I'm confused about what we're trying to do through behavioral health and what we're trying to do through our homeless prevention program separately. So any kind of clarifying questions on that would be really cool. And then the other thing is the big numbers that I'd like to see, I would have liked to have seen, is the total number of the population, which makes that more complicated now defining. But what is the population that we are serving in our county in this program, and what are the costs per individual on average that we're looking at? Because I think I saw, $17 million in this program? Overall, $17 million in behavioral health annually, and how many people are we serving with $17 million annually, roughly? Anyway, those are questions you can consider asking if you wish.
Great, thank you. And perhaps we can have afterwards conversation happen there as well, so, great.
Good morning, Board. Michael Roberson, Homeless Services Coordinator. We have tiptoed right up to homeless services in this conversation. And in previous presentations on housing, we talked about how we'll be coming back before your board with some housing initiatives that are meant to serve behavioral health clients through Behavioral Health Bridge housing funds and through Mental Health Services Act funding, and that we weren't going to really convolute that with the homeless housing. However, as recognized by Tom, and as you all know, there is an intersection here. And so in answer to the question about are we preparing ourselves for that, yes, we are. We are looking for and identifying housing that would help Tammy and her department staff meet the requirements or the mandates of some of this funding, and to do it within the timeline that is also mandated, which is difficult sometimes. But we anticipate coming back before you within the next month or so with some housing initiatives related to this, and that in many cases, those who are homeless in our community are also dealing with severe mental illness and substance use disorders. And so it is the same population in that case. But also in terms of what Tom Crosby was asking for, in terms of sort of a cost per client, it is very difficult. I've looked at this, and this has been a request that he's had before. I've looked at it multiple times from different angles, trying to figure out what would that be. But because personal identifying information on clients being served in both social services and behavioral health are not allowed to be shared across the agency, you can't identify who's being served with what funding and what the ultimate costs are to help support that individual into self-sufficiency and better health and those kinds of things. So while I think it would be a good point of data to have, I'm not sure with the way that the system protects confidentiality of clients right now that we would even be allowed the information to come to some kind of summary information that was accurate at all. But don't think for a minute I haven't wondered that myself, because you're looking at large dollars here for a limited number of people, so smaller populations. But that's just sort of my input into the conversation.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any other public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we'll return it back to the board for comments.
I'm ready.
Well, I'll add my last comments on to this, and thank you for the presentation. It's extremely complex, so I appreciate we took some time to be able to go over all the details of it. Two things that I do think we should be looking at. One is related to housing. We have talked about conversion as something for several problems that I think is easy to do kind of in the short term. But with this, and I agree with the sentiment, we have to plan for this to pass. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and we're back to the status quo. Assuming that it does, this, I think it was about 1.2 million in housing interventions. Whether it is upfront a government subsidized project that then is more affordable and has treatment, or it is a private project that then is ongoing subsidized by government programs, I would choose the former because I think it's more cost effective, rather than as much as we can be putting this towards potentially more expensive and difficult to get kind of housing placements. So I would hope that we're looking at what we can do to build out. I brought up Crate as an example before. That's a company that can build in about 18 months, a like 3-story, 72 unit, basically built at a factory, assembled on site type unit. It's not fancy, but it is something that's pretty high quality and sturdy. And we have a housing issue here. And so while I know we've made some progress on ones that are a conversion, I think it's important that we look at trying to, and I've been saying it for 3 years, we're saying, well, we never have enough time. Right now we have enough time to, I think, consider how would we put that $1 million a year to the best use over it. Potentially being able to draw on that for some type of project. The second is if there's any opportunity, I would highly recommend reaching out to the region. If we can do some type of inpatient facility, and I understand the staffing is a challenge for that, but if there's something that makes sense for it, we should definitely be considering exploring it, because this population is about to boom. We know that there needs to be a lot more beds added in the entire state, and the jobs that these do create are pretty high-paying, facilities, even though it's not exactly where I'd love economic development to come from. Fact is, if we can get 50 psychiatric staff and folks like that in the community, that would be a beneficial element to our economy here. Same as being able to see an expansion on the hospital. And it may not have to be something the county runs. Perhaps we're able to find a private partner that's interested in taking advantage of those dollars. So those are my only two inputs onto it. I know we're not particularly doing any direction onto it, but I wanted to share my thoughts. Supervisor Half?
Yeah, thank you. Oh, boy. First, some comments based upon public comment. When I was in social services back in the early 2000s, 8% of our population was considered mentally ill, some form or another. I don't know if that's changed, if we have a larger percentage.
We roughly do 7 to 8%. That's
Okay.
our standard.
So it's remained about the same. And in the question about cost per client, we serve such a broad array of people and have a broad array of services. It could be as little as outpatient counseling, where they come in once a month, to all the way up to state hospitalization. So if you cram all of the people that we serve together, you're not going to get an accurate read out of it. You'll get a number, but it won't be representative of much. So I'm just wondering about, just off the top of my head, wondering about the value of that. Okay, now to my comments. I see things kind of in a global sense a lot of times, and I'll compare one thing to another, just like Mr. Rogers. And back in 2017, we had SB1. That was our gas tax funding. That was supposed to really help us out. Of course, it didn't. But what happened was the state took control of the money that we get for roads and divided it into about 12 different silos. You will spend X amount of money for this. You'll spend this X amount of money for that. Totally took out our local control of how we feel it best to spend our money on roads. Well, guess what? This is SB1 all over again, applied to behavioral health services. And I have a question also that I haven't heard asked. We know that we have lots of people leaving California, including incredibly wealthy people, people who own corporations, multinational corporations. This funding for Proposition 1, if I heard correctly, is coming from those who make over $1 million a year. That money is going to be, it's taken a dive, and I don't know if this is going to continue. It's been 4 years in the running. So I don't understand in what person's mind they think they're going to have the funding to do whatever it is they're planning to do, besides how it's going to affect our local rural area. Yeah, I don't have any solutions for this. I'm still stuck on feeling like it's a crock. Anyway, those are my comments.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you. And thank you again, Tammy, for the presentation. And the overarching thing that we're all concerned about, and what I prompted this, is the propositions that are before us. But it is also really good to know where these behavioral health funds, where these funds go, where these MHSA funds go. And I think you really laid out that our county, and I'll throw a little bit of advocacy for most rural counties in California. I think we are very good at using this money for the purpose that the voters intended way back in 2002. 2002, right? 2007. 2004, right in the middle. Okay. I used to know those things, but I forgot. And to me, there have been some high-profile incidents in very, very large counties where there's been some waste of MHSA funds. But not to belabor the point, it's an issue that requires a scalpel, and instead we're using a sledgehammer to fix this issue. I think rural counties are much better at dispersing this kind of money into the programs that work, because it's so small you can keep track of the individual people that you're serving. And the fact of the matter is, you know, the discussion has been about conflating homeless efforts with behavioral health. Most people that have a mental health care issue and need behavioral health services are not homeless. You know, they're just regular people, our community members, our neighbors. There is a subset that require housing services and those type of things, but that's not the majority of what we do. And so this is kind of, I feel like it's coming from a perspective of ignorance a little bit, that some of the ideas behind the changes are coming from people that don't really understand what behavioral health is all about. And that's sad. It makes me sad, because I think we're quite successful in this community. As others have stated, it seems quite likely that this is going to pass and this is going to become the law of the land. We'll need to adjust to that. I would be looking to advocate for, you know, if we're increasing the number of obligations, increasing the scope of what we're going to be doing with MHSA, but not increasing the amount of funding, making that as clear as possible that if we do have to cut somewhere, it is because of this, you know, and keeping track that money is coming, you know, from this existing pot and it's going into this new pot. Keeping a very close track on that, because if we have to eliminate some of these other efforts that we're doing in our community, all of which I think are successful, all of the ones that were highlighted, all successful, all well-known, all loved in our community, if we lose that, people need to know why. Because we are routinely put in this situation where the county has to break the bad news to people. We can't do this program anymore. We can't do this effort anymore. And people say, oh, that dang county, they don't know how to manage their money correctly. And they don't realize that the result is coming down from the state. And we have to follow these rules. We have to follow the way the funding is. That's one thing I don't think we do very well in the county, is connecting the dots to the decision-making at the state level and how it's impacting counties and people on the ground in their daily lives. So, I don't know. I share the frustration of my colleagues. This is not something that I would support, and again, I just think it comes from a place of I'm gonna be kind and say it's the intentions are good, but it comes from a place of ignorance about what MHSA was originally designed for and what it actually is doing in our community. So that's how I feel about it.
Supervisor Kirk?
I just want to say you're much more politically correct than I am, Supervisor Campbell. Thank you for those words.
I wrote down so I wouldn't forget. I wrote down here, good presentation, well organized, easy to follow, easy charts, visualization. So you've taken something that's kind of complex, and I'm no expert, even though we've been up here for a while, but this is a really good presentation, so thank you guys for that. I think we are all singing the same tune. I go online to Prop 1, and it's got, you know, beautiful Gavin Newsom with his hair slicked back, and it's like, if you don't look into it, it looks great. Treatment, not tents. We will refocus billions of dollars on existing funds to prioritize Californians with the deepest mental health needs, living in encampments or suffering the worst substance use issues. This is about the homeless issue that has failed for decades, and we have a governor who's probably going to be running for president soon, if not 4 years later, and California has been the leading failure on the homeless issue. So this is a political hit piece to say, we're doing something, we're putting billions of dollars, we're getting people off the streets, and we're going to ignore the other impacts that we're going to create. What drives me nuts is, like, some of these things are great and I actually agree with, but like when you have behavioral health people who've been doing this for 30 years saying a lot of this doesn't make sense. It's like, how do we get so disconnected? How do leaders get so disconnected from the things that they're trying to solve? When you got people who know the business, and I'm fine with restructuring things. I think there's plenty of things in government that need to be broken down and rebuilt, but it has to be done so in a smart way, in a methodical way, get everybody in the room. And to me, this doesn't feel like it's that. It feels like it's, let's get the homeless people off, let's build stuff for them, and hopefully everybody will forget what it looked like 4 years ago, but we know this. I don't, we're just repeating history in my mind. So sorry, that's my frustration. And really, what's really frustrating to me is, I said at the board meeting a few months ago, to this board and to the community, like, I have a red line that I've drawn with this homeless conversation. And we have now blurred the red line if Prop 1 passes, because our community, they want to see accountability, they want to see the homeless engaged, they want to see them get services, they want the law enforcement piece. And what this does is it says, if you're on drugs, we're going to build housing for you. And so it's like, my red line is now going to be completely taken away from me, because we're just going to start buying a crap load of homes and all this nonsense. And we're not even addressing the real needs, which are, if you look at mental health, I mean, you guys know better than me, it comes down to childhood trauma, it comes down to ACEs, depression, all these social factors. And I don't see a lot of, I see First Five and some of these other organizations, I see them getting less and less money, not more and more money to address these child, ACEs and all these problems that they're having. I see the state pumping out more and more drugs into the community, and we're talking about hallucinants and all these other things that Scott Wiener's bringing into legislation. It's like, it's really frustrating. I guess I want what I'm just voicing, and I'll have to tell the community, like, my red line is going to be taken from me pretty soon. I'm just going to be sitting up here having to vote stuff in that I have zero control over. And the community is going to be screaming out at us, well, why don't you push back to the state? It's like, well, then you need to vote differently, because this is the cards that we're dealt with. So that's my thank you. Sorry if I'm wrong on anything, but that's how I see it sitting in this seat. So
Great.
Good luck.
Thank you for your
And
presentation.
Annie, good luck. That's why we brought you in, right? Like, calm ship into the iceberg. We're sinking. All right.
All right. And with that, thank you for presenting. And we are
Thank you,
going
Board.
to move on to, I believe, item 10. Well, we have an 11 a.m., but it's closed. I'm thinking, right now? Oh, I thought it was with you. Oh, we have the invent. Okay. So with that, we are going to adjourn the meeting at 11:20. I'm sorry. Okay, we're going to read the item, then we're going to do public comment, then we're going to adjourn.
As the Tuolumne Public Power Agency, 11 a.m., closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation authority, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, administrative proceeding involving Pacific Gas and Electric, PG&E, docket number ER 20-2878-00 et al.
Great. Thank you. And apologies, folks, for the confusion on that, that was going to be internal counsel. We have somebody that is waiting to speak with us as well for our 11, so that's why we're going to be adjourning a little early. We're coming back, I believe, at 1:30 for our appointment and public comment. But are we doing 1:30 or 1? Do we want to come back at 1:30 or 1? We have a couple 1:30 appointments. We also have items number 10 and 11. How about 1? It'll be about an hour and a half. Any disagreement? Well, we're calling an early lunch for it, but.
So we got 10 and are 10 and 11 expected to take a long time? Or 11? You expect that to take long?
We didn't have 10.
Yeah,
So
no,
we're going
the property purchase and then the
we're going to call for public
workshop.
comment really quick. So any members of the public that would like to speak on the 11 a.m. TPPA item, please come up to speak. All right, we have one. Welcome.
Members of the Board of Supervisors, My brief comment is the definition of madness. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And I think that's what that's what this is. We need to move to a merit-based system where people who show that they, are progressing and meeting certain standards get more.
Just to clarify, and we'll pause your time on this, the item we're discussing is the Tuolumne Public Power Agency item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Correct. Do you have any comments for that one?
Yeah, I would just like to say that, power flows from the top down, and any decisions that you guys make at the top here will resonate down here to the residents and community members. And that's the way power flows. Doesn't flow up the chain, it always flows from the source down. So, yeah, it's very discerning to have your power cut when you're not expecting it, and when you have to rely on other alternatives, backup generators and so forth. It can be discerning, especially if you're not ready for it or you're not financially prepared. So hopefully your decisions will reflect your intelligence and integrity and be the best for the city and county. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Doesn't always feel like we're on the top of that totem pole, does it? Yeah. But, do we have any other public comments? Okay, with that, we will close the public comment. We gotta get the terms right when you whisper into me. Okay, we are recessing, not adjourning, at 11:30. We will be coming back at 1. Thank you. All right, everybody, we're calling the meeting back to order at 1:01 p.m. Thank you for patience with that, and we're going to be moving into item 10, if the clerk of the board will read.
Item number 10, consideration of adopting resolution 05-24 to publish a notice of intent. Hopefully Mo will be back. Would you like me to?
Do we need to move on to item 11 instead?
Okay.
All right, we're going to move on to item 11 instead.
Item 11 it is. Presentation and board direction on the 2024 board workshop and priorities.
My apologies. I was looking and realized Mo was not in here for that last item, so we'll go to this one. This item, actually, I did work with Supervisor Goldenberg about whether to present this. In his absence, he did want me to go ahead and do this while he was gone. So normally I would wait when I have all 5 of you here, but he felt it was important enough to do it without him. So make sure I state that. So each year, the Board of Supervisors holds an annual workshop, and that workshop is to both review the prior set of priorities that the board sets, and as well as are we going to add or change to that. This year, the board held that workshop on January 24th, 25th, and 26th at the Tuolumne CRC. And when we did that, we had 2 people that helped facilitate the meeting this year. We had Robert Bendorf with MRG and Dr. Alan Rogers with Al Rogers Leadership. And, sorry, are we okay? Okay, sorry. I wasn't sure if I needed to stop talking. Sorry.
Are we good?
We're good. Okay, I'm going to keep talking. So when we did this each day, and this is outlined in the memo, but for those who haven't read it, who are listening, each day what we did was we went through and started out with a welcome from the chair and Robert Bendorf, and then we went into some leadership activities. Really, the goal with Dr. Rogers was to have those activities, so really to break down barriers to communication and encourage more proactive communication. And again, those were between the board and the executive team, which are your department heads. So on day 1, after we did those initial activities, we went through and looked at what we had done the previous year. For 2022, your board established 5 priority areas as listed in here, which was fire prevention and safety, community health and prosperity, roads and infrastructure, employee excellence and organizational resiliency, and public safety. Before we got to the workshop, we had a department head meeting, and our department head group went through the list of objectives and action items that the board had voted on 2 years past, and we were able to identify for the board, and these were attached to this packet, what had been completed, what was in process, what we were behind in, and then what had not been completed. And we also identified things that were normal operations that we do on an ongoing basis. We went through all of those. There were over 100 items that we had for action items, and on all of those I've listed in the memo, we had 43 of the 120 or so that had been completed. So we completed a third of them. We had 28 that are ongoing. That means that they don't ever get completed is what that was supposed to mean. Not that they go away or that they're not a board priority or an action item, but that these are things that would never stop. We would keep doing. And then we had those that were in target or in process were another 22. So out of all those 120 plus items, really we had 13 that are behind schedule and 20 that we had not started. So I still feel that overall we made great progress, even though we know we have more work to do. Then on the day 2, what we did was the board members had been asked to give, 2 or 3 items that were most meaningful to them, that if you could, not them, if you could accomplish those items, what might they be? So your board had a chance to go through and present those items to each other and to your executives, and then ask questions and have a dialogue about that. And then through that process, we also looked at some similarities and what could we do to maybe change what we had previously. So during that day, your board had made the decision to, where we had 5 priority areas, you reduced them to 4. And they're still the same thing, but your direction was to take combine fire and public safety into one item, that those were about public safety overall in the community. We kept community health and prosperity, infrastructure, which means roads, bridges, facilities, parks, and even your own county infrastructure, meaning like buildings, and then employee excellence and organizational resilience. Your board on that second day and into the third day also identified some what are very specific items that you want staff to address, and then what I would call a little bit more broader items. I'm going to go through that again for those who are listening. The first one that the board discussed that's on this list, doesn't mean they're in a priority area, is creation or looking at the development and creation of a USDA meat processing facility in the region. And when I say region, we're working with the UC Cooperative Extension. So that's Tuolumne, Calaveras, Amador, and El Dorado. And so those 4 counties are engaged in having conversations, meeting with ranchers. The board decided that they wanted us at some level to pursue this. There was also a discussion, and this one is not really kind of where it ended. It's a software application for road condition reporting, which also went into maybe something a bit broader as a way for the community to interact with the county on other areas that might not just be roads, and we'll go more into that as we go forward. Relocation of the Sheriff's Dispatch and Administration Building. Sustainable fire operations, infrastructure, again, that's broad. That is meaning everything that I outlined above, everything from parks and bridges and roads to even county facilities. Explore local revenue sources, economic development, and utility scale solar. The things that your board wanted to continue with were homelessness enforcement, housing, and broadband, and we have come a long way for sure in all 3 of those areas. Then what we had talked about were what were the next steps, knowing that now we had at least some specifics of where the board wanted to continue forward into this next 2-year cycle. So what we had talked about during that and what was recommended to the board was to create an ad hoc committee that would be comprised of 2 board members and then department heads that would work together to bring updates to the board in the creation of a very meaningful 2-year strategic or multi-year strategic plan. During the board meeting, we had talked about who those board members might be. We had talked about having Supervisor Kirk and Campbell They both said that they are willing to put in the time to meet with the department heads and bring those updates to the board. Ultimately, I'm looking to your board as to who do you want those members to be. That is your decision, not staff's. The next thing is the department heads we met. I asked them to please give me 2, no more than 3 department heads that would work with Sarah and I and the 2 board members to begin developing this multi-year strategic plan that would be coming to the board with updates and direction from the board as we move forward for ultimate approval. They selected as their representatives Kim McFarland, the Public Works Director, Andy Murphy, County Fire, and Cassandra Jenneke, the District Attorney. And so they're all aware, they're ready to move. In fact, the District Attorney has been emailing me asking when do we get started. She's very excited to get started, as is the rest of the group. So once we have the board designated representatives, we create the ad hoc committee and we'll begin doing a few things. What I'd hoped we'd get to that we did not get to with the last time we did this in 2022 was really that development of a very detailed, comprehensive strategic plan. And you were given some examples of those. El Dorado County, Calaveras did one, I think it was last year, where essentially you kind of have an executive message from your board. Why is this plan so important to you? We give your 4 priority areas. And again, another message from the board, why you've selected and why those are most important to you. We get into objectives, and then we go into some action items. And those action items will be those multi-year approach. And we talked about some of those during the workshop where, for example, for broadband, we knew there were certain things we had to do before we could get to projects. We had to do an EIR. We had to do other types of studies. Those have been mostly completed or are in process. Same thing with housing. We know we're looking at some of the housing like the Title 17 and the pro-housing designation and some of those types of things. Those need to be done first in order to get us in a place to get to those other types of real projects. So what we would like to do, and then it's folded in here, is we will bring updates. So when we have, the group would work on a draft for that message from the board and those 5 priority areas. But ultimately, it's the board as a whole who will vote and approve those things. Same thing with the strategic plan. So that is just a high-level review of what took place on those 3 days, where we'd like to go into the future. And then today, what I really am looking to you is to give me your designees for that ad hoc committee so that we can begin working. And of course, if there's any questions or clarifications you want to make, happy. I'm looking. It looks like you have Sarah and I from the group that will be the ones representing your executive team for this today. So thank you so much.
Great, Tracy, thank you. And I only wanted to preface this with saying that often when we have the priority workshops, people say, well, what about this? We have 600 very hardworking staff at the county. There are a lot of things being worked on. This is what we've talked about as priorities for a particular year and kind of ongoing priorities as well. But it not being on there doesn't necessarily mean that it's not being worked on as well. So just to throw that out to any members of the public watching. Open it up for any questions from the board. No questions? Okay. Open it up for public comment. Any members of the public would like to speak? Please step up to the podium. You'll have up to 3 minutes. Going once, going twice. Okay. We will close public comment on the item and open it up for board comments. Supervisor Kurtz?
Thank you for the summary. I don't know what else to say other than I know there may have been some. I know there are board members who would love to be on the group, and your reasoning for we are in an election year, and so we're not sure as far as who will all be on this seat. So it makes. I agree, even though I'm busy and I would like to not have to do another thing, I'm confident that we'll do our best to represent or to do this exercise. And I'll just put it out to Supervisor Half and Brandon and Goldenberg if Supervisor Campbell and I are the ones who do this. I'll be available. Communicate with me if there's something you want me to know when we're going into these discussions. More than willing to hear that out and apply that during this exercise. And with that being said, I agree with staff recommendations. Thanks.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. As in terms of membership, I mean, I think anybody on our board's qualified to do it. But I've expressed an interest. I know Supervisor Kirk has. Happy to work through this and get us a finalized list of priorities and work with the department heads, which is something I enjoy doing. So,
Supervisor Half?
Thank you. I'm excited for you guys to do it. I would just ask for your ultimate commitment to meet as quickly as you possibly can, make this a priority over other things, because the rest of the 2 years is waiting on it. So that would be my only comment.
Sure. Supervisor Kirk?
And my response to that is yes, because I'm the one who's been pushing for the reporting out piece every quarterly. So when that first report out, I want to make sure everything is smooth and greased well, so that we're not trying to fix things 6 months, 9 months, a year in. So yeah, the first quarter, I want to have this thing done.
Well, I do have a clarification, a question for our CAO. So is this group going to produce ultimately a strategic plan like we saw for El Dorado? Is that the intent?
Yes, the goal is to create a draft for your board, and we'll be bringing it along for updates so we can get your direction while we're in the process of doing that.
Fantastic, thank you.
Great. My comments on it, I think we had a productive workshop and brought forward some ideas that are good. I do not agree with the committee assignments on that. I think the same argument could be made that Supervisor Half, Supervisor Goldenberg, and I shouldn't have participated in the priority session because we're only going to be there for 1 year of it as a guarantee. I think we're on the board, and it's the role of the chair and vice chair as much as possible to be able to do a lot of this work. And I understand that Supervisor Goldenberg is not wanting to do that as part of it, but I would say that I would not only have interest in pursuing this, but I just don't agree with the reasoning behind it. That said, if it's the majority of the board, then I'll create the ad hoc and we'll have that, and it'll be you two. So if you would not like to do it, I certainly would be happy to step up to it and see each one of these things, I think, move forward and discuss. I know it's going to take a lot of time in particular, and I'm definitely willing to commit that.
We'll break the ice since it's quiet. I shouldn't have said I don't want to do it. I'd say it's going to be a lot of work, and I know that. But because I'm big on the whole reporting out, the clear point piece, that's a big part of why I really am committed to getting this thing up and running. And that's why I also put out there to not just you and Half and Goldenberg, let's go out to lunch, let's talk. If there's areas that you think you really want to speak into, Jaron, I will do my very best to incorporate that. So with that being said, I'm not going to withdraw my opportunity to do it, but I do appreciate the conversation.
Great. The staff have direction?
I'm just clarifying.
it says approve, outline, and strategy as described above. Do you need a motion or?
I don't think so, as long
Okay.
as you have consensus of where we're
I
going.
support the
You're
outline
okay
and
with-
strategy that's outlined by the board memo.
Guess not.
Okay, sounds like we have majority direction on it, and there doesn't need to be a vote, correct? Okay, great, thank you so much. And we'll move back into item 10. The board clerk will read the item.
Item number 10, consideration of adopting resolution 05-24 to publish a notice of intent to purchase real property located at 20111 Cedar Road North, assessors parcel number 044-420-042-00 and 20120 Cedar Road North, assessors parcel number 044-420-041-00, Sonora, California, and set a public meeting date of March 19, 2024 to consummate purchase of real property pursuant to Government Code 25350.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board. Maureen Frank, your Capital Projects Director. And again, apologize for being a little bit late. I have a family issue I'm trying to take care of. As you are well aware, we have needs for county ambulance. They're currently located, one of their stations is currently located on South Forest Road, which is a rented facility from CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE has put us on notice that they need the facility back and could we please find another location for county ambulance? So over the past year or so, county staff has been working with Health and Human Services on space needs. And the space needs include not only now, as I just mentioned, county ambulance, but also looking at their operations and looking at possibilities as they have migrated some of their staff over to the TGH campus. So for us, last 29 years, we have rented a office space at 20111 Cedar Road North in Sonora. It has served us well. We have had Department of Public Health and the Department of Social Services in that building. Right now, the current lease for the building expires this June of 2024. And with that, in our conversations with Health and Human Services, we went ahead and contacted the owner of the building to see if there might be a possibility that they were willing to sell to us. We were amenable to that, and we went and had a joint appraisal, independent appraisal done of the facility. The appraisal came back at a property value of $2.6 million. From that, then county staff went ahead and started talking to the owner about purchase of the facility in earnest, and upon negotiations on January 22nd, 2024, the county administrator signed a non-bounding letter of intent with an agreed upon price of $2,500,000. And that letter of intent is attached to your board packet. It is staff's opinion that the building modifications on Cedar Road will not take a whole lot to convert half of it to a working ambulance station. They will move their operations from Forest Road over to the Kalamazoo Basin. The two crews that will be running out of that facility will serve the Columbia, Sonora, Jamestown area. What makes this site unique for them is out of all the areas I just mentioned, a majority of their calls are from the Kalamazoo Basin area. So it's well suited to be there. The other area that is second in their call volume is the Jamestown area. And we know that that's something as we go forward and as we look at other development in the Jamestown area that sometime in the future we'll work on looking and placing something there. If we were to proceed with the purchase of this property, what would then transpire was the Department of Social Services that, again, occupies a little less than half the building, would move over with the rest of their department that's already over at the TGH campus. And Public Health would stay in the building pretty much where they are right now when we move in ambulance after we made some revisions. Money to purchase the building will be coming out of the ambulance fund, and then the Public Health department will then be paying monthly payments to the ambulance fund to pay back as rental for it. So before you today, staff is recommending that your board approve a resolution to publish a notice of intent to purchase real property located at 20111 and 20120 Cedar Road North in the amount of $2,500,000 and set the public meeting date for Tuesday, March 19th to consummate purchase of this real property pursuant to the government code. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Great, wonderful, thank you, Mo. Open it up for any questions from the board? All right, seeing no questions, we'll move to public comment on this item. Any member of the public would like to speak, please step up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. Going once, going twice. All right, seeing no public comment, we will return this back to the board for any comments. Supervisor Kirk.
I'll just say it's pretty straightforward. We were asked to move, so we got to move, and we're doing it, I believe, in a smart way, using the ambulance fund and paying rent back to that. So I don't have any problems with staff recommendation.
And for the, I mean, you explained it well, Mo, so thank you for that. But for folks that are not aware of this, it's property that is already used by the county and occupied on a rental basis, and so we're turning around and purchasing. We've been asked to, the end of the lease is coming up.
Right.
And so there's this opportunity to purchase it, which by financing out over time, it's far less money to the taxpayer than continuing to pay leases over time. And so it's overall a better choice in terms of fiscal responsibility, but we're also able to leverage it as an ambulance facility, which we desperately need.
Absolutely. It's a win-win situation in regards to one of the goals that we've had over the years is really to get out of rental property and to use the taxpayer money as wisely as we can. And so this one presented today before you is one of those opportunities to do that.
Yep.
Supervisor Half?
Yeah, I guess I do have a question. Did we talk to the landlord about following up on their obligations for the maintenance type of issues that we've had over the years, like the parking lot and some other things, or is that going to now be our burden?
So yes and yes. Sorry for a short answer. We did have extension conversations with the owner. The owner is really has no interest whatsoever to any of the modifications. One of the items that was brought to our attention was, for example, the roof. And they provided county staff with proof that the roof was just recently done. So that item was taken off the list. The parking lot still remains an issue. The owner just says it's marginal. Yes, there is. Yes, there could be some issues there, but if you want, we can further discuss this, but I'm not interested in doing it, and I'm just going to hold you up. So we said, okay, thank you.
All right. And then I just wanted to make a comment that, over the course of this last year, people from the community have said, now this is kind of tangential, but I'll get into this particular issue. They've said just put people in TGH, whether it's the homeless or something. And this is just a reminder that we've already got people over in Tuolumne General Hospital, a lot of them from social services. This will be another group now from social services that will be over there. So TGH is kind of off the table because there are plans there, and I just wanted to make it clear this is another group of folks that are going to be moving and working over there at TGH. So I'm all for this project. I think it's a good one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And like getting into any other kind of property issues. So with this too, what I kind of wanted to explain, I think my colleagues covered it well, that this is routine as far as I think our direction, that it's been kind of dumb that we pay a crazy amount of rent for a number of facilities that over time we've sold, and I don't think we did that, but Royal We did that, and so we're trying to fix that. It's a lot cheaper to own a building, be able to have folks in it and manage that, and not have year-to-year concerns over, can we continue to do that in case somebody decides they need it? Can we continue to pay it if the rent keeps going up? And also that this is coming out of the ambulance fund, which is an enterprise fund, so we're not talking about county dollars, we're talking about what's paid and that kind of financial silo there. So just to clarify. With that, any final comments or looking for a motion?
I was looking for it. I had it and I lost it.
I'll move to approve. Let's see.
Is it on staff recommendation?
Yeah, to adopt the resolution and to publish, there's quite a bit here, I'll read it. Notice of intent to purchase the property, the real property located at 2011 Cedar Road North with, I don't need to read the assessor parcel number, right? And 20120 Cedar Road North in Sonora, California for the amount of $2.5 million, and set a public meeting date to consummate the purchase of the real property pursuant to Government Code 25350.
Great, we have a motion, we have a second?
I will second.
All right, a first by Supervisor Half, a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstaining, carries unanimously 4-0. Thank you so much, Mo, appreciate it. All right, I believe we are going to be opening the public hearing. Where's my gavel? Don't get the gavel it. There we go. There we go. It's the public hearing gavel. We only get to break it out during public hearings, so got to use the opportunities. Oh, wait, now we got to technically wait 15 seconds. Funny how the law is. It can be 40 minutes late, but it can't be correct. Can't be a couple seconds early. All right, and we are opening the public hearing. Will the clerk read the item?
1:30 p.m. Item 1, public hearing to consider Taylor ordinance for zone change RZ 23-007 to rezone a 10.16 acre parcel to A-10 MX. Notice of determination pursuant to section 15061B3 of the state CEQA guidelines.
And Tanya had given me the public hearing procedures. Do we still have the printed up? That's great. We have special procedures we need to follow for all public hearing measures. Okay. Okay, there we go. Got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Cody. All right, and we're right on track. So we'll begin with the presentation.
Do we have the screens on? There we are. Good afternoon, board. Good to see you guys again. My name is Clark Sintek. I'm planner 2 at the Tuolumne County Community Development Department. The project I have before you today is zone change RZ 23-007 for owners and applicants Sam and Christine Taylor. Just a location and brief description of where the project is in the county. It is at 22170 Vilas Lane, APN 085-060-044, with the current zoning of residential estate 5-acre minimum, mobile home exclusion and combining district, RE5MX, and a general plan designation of rural residential. Brief description of this project: it is the rezoning of a 10.16 acre parcel from RE5MX to A10MX, general agricultural 10-acre minimum mobile home exclusionary zone. We believe that this rezoning, the A10MX, is consistent with the general plan designation of rural residential. This proposed rezoning would potentially reduce development and subdivision opportunity, and there's no potential environmental impact from this project. Just a map showing the surrounding zoning designations along with general plan designation overlay. Joiner comments: on July 14, 2023, 15 property owners of the surrounding vicinity were notified. No responses were received pertaining to this project, along with advisory agencies' responses. As you can see, they're listed below. There is no comments on the project. Planning Commission meeting was held on November 15, 2023. The vote was 6-0, recommending approval with 1 commissioner absent. The findings for this zone change application that is both consistent with the general plan and the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. This project site is suited under the permitted uses under the proposed zoning district, and it is categorically exempt from CEQA. The board may approve the project, deny the project, or send this project back to staff. Any questions?
And we are going to move into, I believe, the presentation by the appellant, correct? If they're in attendance? No? Okay. Presentation by the applicant. Okay. Let's going down the list. All right. You said open up the second one for the... Oh, I see, okay. So we're bringing it back to the board for any questions on this item? I had one question, which was, relates to the development potential of the property. So what are we talking about as far as the reduction?
I guess it becomes, it cannot be split because it's 10-acre minimum going to. And I guess development potential. Do you have-
So it would be a single-family dwelling, they'd get an ADU, it's going to A10? So then you get a secondary single-family dwelling as well.
Okay,
And
as
junior
opposed to two RE5s that could have.
Right, so two Area 5s, it could be split, and then you could develop those to their full potential. So this has less residential development that could happen on the property.
Okay, and the second, this is in a residential area, but it's going towards agriculture. I wanted to ask if this would make it then eligible potentially for Williamson Act?
No, it would not.
Okay, it wouldn't be able to pursue that.
If it met the minimum parcel size for a very intensive agricultural use, they could possibly qualify. Some more intensive ag uses can have smaller parcel sizes, but not under a dryland grazing contract or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other comments? Okay, or questions there? We'll move on to public comment. Any members of the public would like to speak, please come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to be able to address the board. Okay, seeing none, I believe we're going to close the public hearing at 1:36 and bring it back to the board for any discussion.
Chair, I'll move that we approve the zone change RZ 23-007 based on findings A through D, and that I find that the findings are pursuant to Chapter 17-70 of the TCOC.
And I'll second that with a comment. I was going to make a comment, and that is that.
And if we're able to hold the motion then, and we can be able to do comments, and then we'll return to that. So Supervisor Half?
My motion stands and we can still comment, so.
And my second stands, and the comment I wanted to make is that although I'm a huge fan of housing and we need more housing, and this will take away a little bit of that, I'm also a big advocate for local food security, and I think this husband and wife team have proven that they have, that's what they do. They provide local food security with their produce that they provide for all of us in the region, and I'm very supportive of this. Thank you.
My only comments on this would be, I've made it a rule that I do not support anything that basically reduces development potential as far as housing within the county, so I will not be supporting this. Okay, so revisiting, we have a motion by Supervisor Campbell and a second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstaining. It passes 3-1-0. Okay, we'll move on to our second 1:30 appointment. The clerk will read the item.
1:30 p.m., item 2, public hearing to consider appeal of Leslie. 1, approval of the mitigated negative declaration for zone change RZ 18-011 and conditional use permit CUP 18-013. Item number 2, ordinance for zone change RZ 18-011 to rezone a 5.4 acre parcel from RE 5 residential estate 5 acre minimum to C1 general commercial and O open space under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Item number 3, conditional use permit CUP 18-013 to allow outdoor storage of commercial equipment, vehicles, and materials on the site consisting of 2 parcels totaling 6.2 acres.
Great, and we're going to open the public hearing for this at 1:38. And the county staff.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Quincy Yaley, I'm the Community Development Department Director. The cover memo for your agenda report today goes through a process. This is a little bit different than a typical land use hearing because there is a part of this project that is appealed to you from the Planning Commission. There's two pieces to this project. One is a zone change. You're the decision-making body on that. And two is the use permit. Use permits can be approved by the director. They can be approved by the Planning Commission. In this case, the Planning Commission did approve it, and they appealed it to, CSRC appealed it to your board. So I'm going to give a PowerPoint presentation about the project, and then there's an opportunity for the appellant and the applicant to also have an opportunity to speak, and before we take your questions. And with that, I'll go ahead and get started. So the project before you is zone change RZ18 to rezone a 5.48 parcel from RE5, which is residential estate 5 acre minimum, to C1, which is general commercial, and O, which is open space. The use permit for that we're hearing today is to allow outdoor storage of commercial equipment, vehicles, and materials on the site. And there are two properties, two APNs involved in this project. Both of them have a general commercial land use designation. One is zoned commercial and one is zoned residential estate 5 acre minimum. The zone change component of the project would bring the currently zoned residential piece into compliance with the general plan land use designation, and which would allow the outdoor storage then as a conditional use. The open space zoning is required as part of a mitigation measure that I'll talk about to protect biological resources and sensitive habitats. Lastly, the project entails the approval of a mitigated negative declaration for both the zone change and the CUP. This project was originally brought into our department as a code compliance case, and approval of the zone change and the use permit would bring the site into compliance. This is a map of the general plan and the zoning of the property, which has a big black arrow to it, and both properties are outlined in a heavy black line. They are colored red, which is the general commercial land use designation. The parcel with ending in 007, that is the property that is zoned residential. That's where the zone change part of the project is happening. But the use permit encompasses both of those properties, the 007 and the 009. In the area, you can see that there's other red or commercial properties to the north. The blue and the dark blue are the industrial land use designations, and the yellow is the low-density residential land use designation. This is a map of the project site. The area outlined in red is where the storage is primarily going to occur. The blue heavy line is just this is a close-up of the area that's being rezoned. So there's a bottom piece of the property that's already zoned commercial, and the heavy blue line is residential that's being proposed to go to commercial. Curtis Creek is adjacent to the site along the north and the western property lines. There has been grading that has happened on the site, and a lot of concerns have been raised to our department about that. The grading was done under a separate environmental review, and it was analyzed against the site conditions at the time when it was submitted. And the grading has been done under this grading permit, which was issued, and it was finalized by the Department of Public Works. And the Department of Public Works determined that the grading on the site was in conformance with the grading plan. They didn't find any issues with the concerns that were raised that the grading didn't conform to a grading plan. And so they said it was in substantial compliance. I only bring this up because there have been lots of concerns raised about the grading on the site, and that is not included as a component of this zone change or CUP. We did do public outreach, and property owners within 500 feet, as well as other stakeholders and public agencies, have been notified. The initial study and mitigated neg deck was circulated for public review, which was 30 days in length. We did receive responses from that public review period, and those comments are included in your packet. And we also made changes to the initial study and the mitigation measures based on those comments that we received. The California Environmental Quality Act is the framework that the environmental evaluation occurs under. We prepared an initial study, which is a mid-level environmental document. It's not an exemption. It's not an environmental impact report. It covers 20 resource topic areas and evaluates the changes in the environment. And you categorize those into no impact, less than significant, or less than significant with mitigation. If you find anything that can't be mitigated, that's when a project goes to an EIR. The project includes at the end a mitigated negative declaration, which has mitigation measures that must be applied to the project, and as well as must be monitored over time. I want to jump to the topic of zoning and general plan compatibility. And so as I talked about, one of the parcels, that ends in 007, it has that red color, which is a commercial land use designation, but the current zoning is RE5, and those are inconsistent with each other. And therefore, the project is proposing to change that RE5 to C1. The general plan has been on the site since the 1996 general plan. The zoning predates that. It was zoned residential estate 5 in the 80s, in the late 80s. And in 1996, that's the earliest I can find that this project site was designated commercial. And so it creates what often happens when a general plan is updated, is it creates inconsistencies between the zoning and the general plan. In certain cases, a county can go back through and do like a master cleanup. But that was never done in this area of the county. In the South County area, that was done after the 1996 general plan, because when I was a planner one, that was one of my projects. So we went through all of the South County and we cleaned up situations where you might have an RE5 in a general commercial. That was never done in this area. And so therefore the inconsistency remains. And it's just a reminder that the general plan is the constitution of our county. And so as a planning department, we look to the general plan, both policies and land use designations, to help provide direction on what properties should be zoned or how they should be used. A use permit is required because if the property is rezoned to C1, outdoor storage is a conditional use. That will include the outdoor storage, but the project explicitly does not allow any further log milling or processing of logs on the site. That is not a permitted or a conditional use in the C1, and so there's a condition of approval that those land uses that have occurred in the past need to leave the site. There are other conditions of approval on that use permit regarding dust control, idling of vehicles, as well as about any future land uses that they would need to be consistent with permitted uses or receive a conditional use permit. The use permit also proposes open space adjacent to the waterway. And again, if it's not a use that's allowed in C1, it cannot occur on the project site. That goes without saying, but we wanted to make sure the public really understood what our enforcement would be in the future should the use permit be approved. I had mentioned open space zoning that was being proposed. This is a result of the environmental document, and it will be along the property line adjacent to Curtis Creek. Also, there will be required to have a landscaping plan along the road frontages, and then erosion control measures such as silt fences will be required to be put on the site. There have been a lot of questions about, well, what happens in the future if this project is approved? It's been out of compliance for so long. What will happen? And so currently, if no use permit is approved and the site remains in its state of violation, we would follow the code compliance ordinance, which is in chapter 110, which provides, in a very brief nutshell, an opportunity to correct, a notice of action that includes fines and penalties. It includes several other notices, and at that point, the property is then liened for the abatement costs, And then at that point, if still the violation is not cleared, you're familiar with the county then going in and cleaning up a site. It's a very long process and oftentimes does not result in the violation being eliminated. With a use permit, there will be conditions of approval as well as mitigation measures that the Community Development Department staff would be able to enforce in a much more timely manner, in a much more direct manner, rather than needing to go through a code compliance process. So there is a difference in the enforcement options that are available to county staff depending on the outcome of the hearing today. This project did go to the Planning Commission 2 times. The first time, the Planning Commission felt that the staff hadn't adequately addressed the concerns that were raised. So we came back a second time with additional information for those planning commissioners. That is included in your agenda packet about how we felt the concerns were either being addressed by the staff report or the environmental document. At the November 1st meeting, there was a section of code that was raised, 1772042, which basically says that the county cannot issue an entitlement to a property that's in violation unless it's a condition of approval that will clear the violation, unless the entitlement will will require the violation to be cleared. And that is the situation that staff is proposing today, is that as a condition of approval, it will allow the outdoor storage to occur with conditions of approval, and it will require that the log milling cease on the site. The project was approved by the Planning Commission for the CUP, and the zone change was recommended for approval to your board. At that time, we did receive an appeal from CSERC. CSERC cited 5 reasons for the appeal, and they are listed here. Staff has just really brief responses to those, and CSERC is going to also have an opportunity to present more information on their concerns. And so the first one, that the Planning Commission lacked the authority to grant the entitlement. They made a recommendation on the zone change and the decision on the use permit, which is consistent with their authorities. The project is, they are stating the project's inconsistent with the recommended zoning. It's staff's assertion in the code that outdoor storage is a conditional use in the C1 district. Sawmills are not allowed, and that is why staff is requiring that component of operating on the site to be removed. That the conditional use permit contains insufficient conditions, and staff is just basing the conditions of approval on the mitigation measures in the CEQA document as well as requirements in the ordinance code. The CSERC is saying that the Planning Commission based their vote on material misinformation. I'm not aware of what specific information that was incorrect. However, this hearing today is a de novo hearing, and I'm going to turn it over briefly to Cody Nesper to explain what a de novo hearing is.
Thank you, Quincy. So in basic terms, a de novo hearing means that you are considering these issues for the first time. You need to consider the administrative record, the input that was provided to the Planning Commission. I would recommend you consider any input that the Planning Commission provided, but you are not bound by the Planning Commission's decisions or determinations. It's really up to your board based on your independent review of the record up to this point.
Thanks. And the last appeal point was that the facts and laws do not support the TCPC's finding concerning the project. There wasn't any additional information in the appeal for me to provide any additional feedback on that. So I'm not sure what facts or laws are felt that they don't support the finding. So staff is recommending approval of the project. Environmental review and public noticing have been completed. Mitigation measures and conditions of approval have been included as well as modified after the environmental document circulated to address the public's concerns. And at the conclusion of your hearing, we do have recommendations for a motion, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, great. Thank you, Quincy, for the presentation. So we're going to move on to a presentation by the appellant. We're allowing 15 minutes for that, I believe. CSERC, correct? All right. We can put 15 on the clock. Great, and we'll start it when the PowerPoint's up.
Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we'll turn on the screens, I think, up here.
Are you able to share your screen? Let's see. It should be in the present. When we did this yesterday, it worked perfectly.
We're going to do a quick 4-minute recess
Sorry.
just while this
I apologize.
getting set up, so we'll reconvene at 2 p.m. And we'll begin the presentation. Welcome.
And thank you for your patience. I appreciate that.
No worries.
And good afternoon, Chelsea Lewandowski, CSERC, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present before you today. Should repeated willful violations be rewarded? When a property owner deliberately ignores county orders and thumbs his nose at county codes for years, should he then ultimately be rewarded? You are the ones tasked with enforcing county codes. Today, you have the opportunity to right years of wrongs. By doing so, you will affirm that the rule of law matters and that it is applied fairly. As Quincy mentioned, you have 3 discretionary requests before you today. One is a request for a conditional use permit to allow outdoor storage of heavy vehicles, construction equipment, and multiple log decks not to exceed approximately 23,000 cords each. This, believe it or not, is a residentially zoned property, and it has been since the applicant acquired it. This is not his residence. It is not even his main business location. He doesn't have to look at this site every day if he doesn't want to. The surrounding neighbors don't have that choice. And Curtis Creek, which is adjacent to this lower pad, can't change its course. And to be clear, your authority today is discretionary. The codes provide that you may grant the request only if certain conditions are found to be true. Even if you find the conditions to be true for this project, which they aren't, approval is not automatically required. You are able to use your discretion to do what is right and fair in this case. Again, this is a residentially zoned property. As you will see, the applicant has been told again and again, year after year, to cease the non-compliant activities and to first obtain the necessary permits. Applicant, time and time again, simply refused to do so. Instead, the applicant ignored all the cease and desist letters and actually expanded his industrial uses of the residential property. The totality of these numerous violations in both their significance and their duration is frustrating and shows how little the applicant respects county codes and the rule of law. His past comments seeking favoritism due to his family ties and touting of job creation is frankly revolting, and it is wrong. There is a saying that it's easier to ask for forgiveness than to first seek permission. The applicant has taken this quote to heart. I do want to provide a brief summary of just some of the violations so that you can have an appreciation of where the public's frustration comes from, and to show the applicant's complete disregard for county codes that you are tasked with upholding. And I apologize. In September of 2017, more than 6 years ago, the county was forced to open a code case. Later that year, an opportunity to correct was issued regarding at least 3 violations, including the outdoor storage of heavy equipment and timber products. To this day, not only has the applicant continued to store heavy equipment and timber products at the site, but he has considerably expanded the amount stored. In 2018, as you will see, an encroachment violation was issued. In that letter, it states, "No fuel, materials, or other ancillary equipment shall be stored at the site until the entitlement is approved." That entitlement was not approved until December of 2022, 4 years later. Despite this, the applicant continued to use the property in non-compliance, not only with the codes, but with direct mandates. He was also informed that he should rezone the property to heavy commercial zoning, not general commercial zoning. In 2019, 7 site violations were issued, including grading without a permit. He was instructed no outdoor storage is allowed and no employees are allowed to work on the property or to come and go from the property until such time as the zone change and conditional use permit is approved, and all storage and equipment materials must cease on your property. There's been absolutely no compliance by the applicant. Later in 2019, yet another letter stating no more outdoor storage of equipment or the operation of a business will be allowed on your property until a conditional use permit is obtained. Again informed that he needs to either have heavy commercial or industrial zoning. Finally, in 2021, a grading permit was retroactively issued after the substantial unpermitted and illegal grading that had been completed. To be clear, we're not talking about an isolated mistake. The applicant's behavior amounts to him repeatedly acting as if he is above the law without any penalty or consequence. The fact that the CDD is recommending to grandfather in the violations by recommending approval is mind-boggling. And I want to talk a little bit about the grading permit, and this is one of the schematics that was provided in your agenda packet. There's 3 primary points that I'd like to raise to you. The first one is in the lower highlighted circle that describes the area that was graded without a permit, basically illegally graded, and it amounts to 2.21 acres. Above that shows the area that was graded pursuant to the permit, which totals 2.82 acres. So over 5 acres of a 6.2 acre parcel has been graded. Then the furthest to the right highlighted area is this lower pad, and we'll be talking about the lower pad a bit. That states that it is not subject to the grading permit. It had been graded years ago, decades ago, and there's no new work proposed for this area. So this is what that lower pad looked like in 2019. That's what it looks like today, despite no new work being proposed for that area. Another odd thing about the grading permit is that it lists all of the requirements that should have been in place before and during the grading, like proper erosion control measures, locating underground utilities, responsibilities regarding cultural resources. None of the requirements were in place for approximately half of the grading of this site. And unfortunately, the proposed mitigated negative declaration before you has similar flaws and inadequacies. This is what the site looked like in 2007. This is what it looked like in 2022 before any environmental analysis was done. The neg deck, or as I proposed mitigated negative declaration, to say the whole thing, was prepared in April of 2023 after all the unpermitted grading and demolition work was done. It wrongly evaluates the site in its current degraded and altered state instead of in its original state. Oak trees were cut down, riparian vegetation was removed, vital habitats are gone, all before any analysis was conducted. It incorrectly states that the lower pad was created pursuant to the grading permit. It was not. It incorrectly describes the site as having minor grading when more than 5 acres of a 6.2 acre site has been graded. The mitigation measures that are being proposed are laughable. There are 6 measures that are listed as being required before the issuance of the grading permit. 5 measures are listed as being required during construction. Those are all moot at this point. The degradation has been done. Again, what the site looked like in 2007, and then what it looked like in 2022 before the analysis was done. The proposed negative declaration should not be approved. The next matter for your consideration is whether the proposed or zone change and proposed use are in accordance with county codes. They are not. The proposed zone change to general commercial allows for retail sales and services to the resident and traveling public for personal and household consumption. This is extremely important. It's retail, think of restaurant, a grocery store, a boutique. The proposed use is for the outdoor storage of heavy construction machinery, backhoes, excavators, semi-trucks, trailers, and massive log decks. That's not retail, that's industrial. The proposed use is inconsistent with county codes. Even if the parcel was rezoned to general commercial, the site would still be in violation of county codes because it's being used for industrial purposes. The next matter is before you is whether the proposed use is consistent with the general plan. Again, the answer is no. The general plan does provide for the site being zoned for general commercial, which again is retail sales and services to the resident and traveling public. The proposed use, however, is industrial. The proposed use is inconsistent with the general plan. And then finally, is the size and terrain of the parcel suitable for the proposed use? The answer is no. Will the proposed use be substantially detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood residents and properties? Emphatically, yes. Curtis Creek must be considered. The general plan, which is the Bible for planning purposes, found that Curtis Creek is a key component to the county's water supplies and to freshwater and wildlife habitats. Having an industrial use next to Curtis Creek in a highly visible location and in a floodplain causes substantial detriment not only to the site, but to the surrounding and downstream residential properties. Again, this schematic is part of your agenda packet. There are 8 residential properties just shown on this map alone that are either adjacent to or nearby the property. Also of note is the upstream property on Curtis Creek has O zoning as well, but it's a 100-foot buffer, not the recommended 50-foot buffer by the CDD. And then finally, you must also consider the terrain of this site. This is an elevation schematic that was submitted with the grading permit. The lower pad is barely 6 feet above Curtis Creek. You can clearly see the carve out caused by the past flooding events on the slope and angle of this site. The site's terrain simply is not suitable for industrial use. So in summary, we have shown that the required findings to approve the applicant's requests cannot be made. But even if you disagree and believe the necessary findings can be made, you have the discretion to deny the requests. We ask you to use that discretion. There has been no consequence for the applicant's years of willful noncompliance. Granting the applicant's request would reward the applicant and punish the neighbors. It is simply not fair. We ask, and it's CSERC's preference, that you deny the applicant's request and require that the site be naturalized and returned to a condition and use that is consistent with its residential zoning. Or, at the very least, the project conditions need to be strengthened to protect Curtis Creek and the surrounding neighbors and properties from substantial harm. We ask that these additional minimum conditions be added, that there be no storage of materials or equipment or anything in the floodplain that includes the lower pad. The lower pad should be naturalized. Open space zoning should be 100 feet wide from the Curtis Creek center line. Also, the county approvals should be contingent on the applicant first obtaining all the remaining third-party approvals that are still outstanding. And then further, to reduce the risk for fuels and fire, or the fire and fuels risk, I should say, the allowed log decks should be reduced to a single log deck of a maximum of 100 or 300 feet by 100 feet by 10 feet. A football field. I think we all watched the Super Bowl. Football fields are big. And that's about a third of what is being allowed right now. So, in conclusion, the applicant's request should be denied because of the required findings cannot be made, and it is unfair to reward the applicant for his pattern and practice of ignoring county codes and orders. But if you disagree, at the very least, the 5 conditions listed should be incorporated. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Sarah, how do we handle questions with a hearing? Is it within the 15 minutes or we're allowed more, right? Okay. Great, we'll open that up for any questions for the applicant.
Could you please show those 5 conditions again?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Obviously, you submitted some things in the packet for CDD to review. Did you go into this much detail with them as far as the things that you're requesting and your concerns? Because
our
I'm getting more
comment,
information out of this
yeah.
than I am out of the document.
Our comment letter that was provided for the proposed mitigated negative declaration was quite extensive.
Okay. It had
and
all these points in it?
I don't know if all of the points were in that. I mean, that was
Okay.
a while ago.
I just want to make sure what you're presenting
Yeah,
to us was
yeah.
presented to them and they had a chance to respond.
I'm not sure if all of these necessarily were. Definitely the concern that the site was not being evaluated properly as far as in what condition it was being evaluated from before and after, and the concerns regarding Curtis Creek and the fuels. Yes.
I had a question related to when the grading and everything happened. So it was mentioned in your comment letter about potential mud flows and stuff. Obviously, it has been used for storage too. Has there been any documentation of current damage from that, or is it just the kind of potential of that damage?
I believe you're going to be hearing from some of the neighbors regarding the impacts that they've had of having debris in the stream. I know the applicant has said that who knows where that debris came from. Maybe it came from somewhere else. I don't know of other uses along Curtis Creek above him that would be causing that kind of material to be floating down, such as like milled logs floating down Curtis Creek.
Okay.
But there has been documentation of that.
And from the map, it's a notably dense area of trees, minus that section 2. We mentioned any mature old oaks over 30 inches being removed. Do you have any documentation on how many were removed and whether that, and this may be to county staff, documentation on whether they were mitigated according to our ordinance?
My understanding is that they were not mitigated. And this is hard, I apologize, this is hard to read on your screen, I think, but in your agenda packet, the grading packet, attachment 2 site plan, it lists in that schematic oaks being removed. And they were going to leave some. Now, mind you, 2.21 acres had already been graded, so it already had who knows what size oaks removed from it. There's no documentation, and which is one of the big frustrations is that buildings were demolished, cultural resources were possibly demolished. There's 3 cultural resources that are actually found once the grading permit process started. So there's a lot of unknowns because
These are
instead of
tribal
getting.
artifacts?
I'm sorry?
These are tribal artifacts?
Yes,
or- okay.
yeah. So there's a lot of degradation and alteration of this site that occurs without the permit process being in place first, so that you can have a proper review of how the project should actually go forward. Instead, it's almost halfway done with the grading before the permit process even begins.
Okay. And I want to ask just one last question on that. Some of the discussion here is about whether what's proposed here is the correct zoning. Obviously, the site has been graded and used in some of these purposes. So I wanted to ask if this is not more of a hypothetical, so feel free to say pass. But along a major corridor like that, we see a lot of other areas that have turned commercial or office space.
Yes.
And what's being proposed here, as you mentioned, the primary use is more service sales oriented. Does CSERC have the same position about this being utilized for one of those purposes as opposed to full naturalization? Or is it really about this type of use for it, not the general zoning issue that's being applied for?
There's a lot in that question,
Yeah.
and I appreciate that question. We are fully in favor of any use that is in compliance with whatever the current zoning is for that parcel, if the proper environmental analysis had occurred. So under the general plan, this could be general commercial. It could be a hotel. It could be a restaurant. It could be a number of different things if it's truly retail in nature and if the proper environmental reviews are taking place with the proper mitigation measures.
Okay,
So,
great.
yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to some comment you made that you asked a question about Supervisor Brandon. I had seen in some of the comment letters that others had submitted references to cultural resources, but nothing that specifically, there was references to it, but nothing specific. Are we talking about that there were cultural resources that were damaged or destroyed, or that there just was not any kind of study done ahead of time, and so who's to know whether they were there in the first place?
There was a study done, and I believe the information is in the initial study. I think that where I'm getting this information. There was a cultural study done well into the grading process. 3, I assume, grinding stones, there was some sort of an artifact in the ground, were found. The tribal consultation occurred, and it was agreed between, my understanding, between the property owner and the tribe that one would be removed and the other 2 would be covered. Now, whether or not other resources had been impacted prior to this, and whatever may have happened to them, I don't know. Nobody but the property owner or whoever was working on the site would know. But that's my understanding, is that 3 were found, 1 was removed, and the other 2 were basically covered and left in place.
Do we have any other questions from the board? Okay, with that, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And we're going to move on to a presentation by the applicant. Also 15 minutes on the clock for that. We have the applicant present.
Good afternoon. My name is Preston Leslie, the owner of the property. And I guess we'll start by understanding we started with this piece of property. My grandparents owned it. My great-grandmother owned it. We've owned this piece since the 20s. Went to my grandmother, went to my mom and her 4 sisters. They put it up for sale. It was up for sale for a year. Nobody bought it. Later on, as my business grew, I ended up buying it from my mother and them, her sisters. That's how I acquired the property. We started out by parking some things there. As you can see, there was C1 in the front. I talked to the county, actually before Quincy. I dealt with, I believe it was Duke. I could be wrong. I can't remember. It was somebody at the county. and said, hey, you know, this part in the front, C1, can I park here? And they said yes. And that's how it all started. A lot of these accusations that we hear today are not true. Also, like you guys already know, Quincy, everybody else has already said in the general plans can become commercial. It's been in the plan since '96. Across the street, you have M1, literally a stone throw away. You have SPI, you have TUD, you have PG&E, you have all this commercial property on the corridor of Tuolumne, which has become our industrial commercial area in the county. We all know that. Some of the property owners that are complaining, their property actually boundaries the recycle place and the grinding outfit that is right behind. They're complaining about the sawmill and the noise. And I do have plans to move that, guys. I bought another piece of property, which is over by, you guys know where the hockey ring is? Over there by, it's on behind TUD, behind PG&E over there. It's an industrial piece. There's 15 acres. I'm going to move those logs there. But I'm not going to move the equipment for now that's there. I don't want to. But the people that are complaining, they're adjacent to industrial, actually bordering their property. And they have a real problem with mine. And I'm not understanding exactly why that they're surrounded with industrial as well. Across the street, we have SPI, runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And here I employ about 40 people. And we have a trucking business and a logging company, Debris. We work for the government. We work for the state, doing emergency projects and various other projects that to do with them as well. I want to point out that on the stuff with the culture, we did a study. We had all that. We actually contacted the tribe. The tribe sent out 3 cultural people of their own. They identified it, and the grinding stones that were down by the river, nobody knew about. I'm actually the one that brought that to everybody's attention. We can please stay away from that. We had the tribe come out. We asked them, what would you like to do? What would you guys want to do with this stuff that's in question here? We never covered anything up. We stayed away from the stuff that was the main grinding stones. And from my understanding from them, that actually at one point was a camp for the Indians in the wintertime. They camped there all along that Curtis Creek on the other side of the river and on my side. And my side has a bunch of grinding stones. Stay away from that. There was actually a medicine man, is what I've learned, rock that was there. And it had one hole in it, and they actually had us move it down closer to the other ones, and they did their deal there. I don't know what they do. We didn't ask. And we asked them where we want to move. They made a mark. I put it there. That's where it's at. As far as the log and then the oak trees that were cut on the site, I contacted CAL FIRE and got a hold of their CAL FIRE forester, had him come out, look at everything, go over all the guidelines, and ask him, what can I cut here that is in my project area? Got his approval. We can bring him in if you guys would like to hear him. And then the picture she shows in the bottom down there, that was, I don't know when that was graded. I'm 51 years old, and like I said, it's been in the family for about 100 years. I don't ever remember anybody doing any grading down in the bottom ever. It was already a flat. It's been there. And we actually, it's 50 foot. We have everything 75 feet from it right now. And the other thing I want to point out is they're saying that there's all this stuff that was downstream. Well, you guys seen the floods we had last year, and there was literally trees, oak trees, full oak trees coming underneath the bridge. I have videos of it all going down the stream. So for them to identify what was mine and what was somebody else's is going to be pretty hard to figure out. All I ask here is you guys think of what is in store for Tuolumne Road for the future. And we're doing this new thing down by the ambulance CAL FIRE. They're going to do some stuff there. I see they got a big project going there. And my business is here to stay. And I'm not gonna leave the county. We've been here for, like I said, over 100 years. And I'm going to be moving a lot of my operations over to the other location I mentioned. I thought it was pretty cut and dry. I didn't know that we were going to get an appeal by these people, but I thought I went through everything legally. I dealt with the county as we went through the process. They'd say, hey, this is in violation. I'd get with them. They'd send a letter, and we would figure it out from them. I worked with the county all the time. There's documentation of all of it. We went through every step. We didn't get any break. So all these accusations, that is not true. As I did the grading deal, we had county people on site at all times. We actually had to hire Condor, as you guys are aware of them. They did supervision in the dirt, the grading, erosion, and the compaction of that whole area. The logs that are in the front out there that she has a picture of the road, we actually put those there because people were using, that's not a driveway, and we had built a commercial driveway down the road for the trucks, which was through the county. That's what they wanted, and we did it. And so people were just driving that, using it. Buses were turning around there, so we were told to put logs. That's why those are there now. The buildings that were on there, she's talking about, that were there, were all completely run down, black mold. I had to go through the county. We had to get, some of those barns were historical. We had to have the historical ladies come out. They looked at it, and we went through a whole process before we demoed them. I'm not quite sure where that came from. I'm not sure on the proposal of the log decks that she's proposing. She's proposing a football field of log decks. Well, if it's 50 yards, I would be amazed. But anyway, I don't know if I'm going to agree on that. But do you guys have any questions for me? I've already went through this like 3 times. I've done everything possibly legally. I've done everything that I thought that was right, and I've dealt with the county. I don't know what else to say anymore, to be honest with you guys.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll turn it back to the board for any questions. Supervisor Campbell.
And thank you for your testimony. So the one area that I'm not, I'm familiar. I'm really familiar with the site. I see it all the time. I never was there during any of like the heavy rain or flooding, so I don't know how far up that pad, that lower pad, does the water come? I mean, does it saturate that area? Does it come up that high when it floods?
When it floods, yes, it'll come up there about a foot to 2 feet.
Okay. What do you do when that happens? Do you move the equipment out there, or?
Well, this last time I literally almost lost stuff down there. Didn't realize it. And I was out of the country when it happened last year. But we had people go over there and get things out of there. I've actually moved everything out of there, and as you can see in that picture, I have everything away from that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm going to move the log decks anyway to a different location. So if that's what we're worried about, and that's what everything's about, that's going to be moving anyway.
Okay. So you are planning to move the
I'm
whole
moving
log
all
deck?
that log stuff. I'm not going to move anything from the top, but I am going to move the log decks
So
out
you
of the bottom.
just need that site for like equipment storage, that kind of thing.
I probably won't even use that anymore, to be honest with you. The lower one. I just use the upper one, yes.
Upper one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions with the board? I did want to ask, you mentioned early on and then a little bit later, there was a lot of stuff, at least documented in the presentation by CSER, of communications with county staff and non-conforming uses. It does at least seem clear that with the RE5 designation, this doesn't fit under it. So I wanted to ask, you mentioned statements were basically not true.
Mm-hmm.
Can you name some of those specific ones that were referenced in the previous presentation? Are those the ones you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay, because I want to also ask staff, and that'll be in a minute, if we've got that documentation of what you had said with emails talking about the trees and whatnot.
So the emails I didn't do, I went with CAL FIRE, which is the state forester, and I said I had him come out to the project site, and I said, okay, what are we in? What's the guidelines? He took about 2 days. He called me back, and he came over and said, you can do this and this. And guys, I tried to save every one of them that was, you can see, I saved all the big ones in the front and the back. I mean, all of them. And a lot of the stuff that was in the center were old live oaks that were full of metal and were already deteriorating, falling over. I had multiple ones fall over in the years that I owned it, just because they were rotten, they were old. You know, those live oaks, when they grow like this together, a lot of times all the water gets in that and it uproots, and they don't have a very deep system anyway. Now, all the big valley oaks and that stuff I saved. And whatever CAL FAR said I could not cut, I did not cut.
Okay.
And we can, and the forester still works there. We can contact him for anything, any of his knowledge of the situation. He came there and made documentation.
Okay.
I do not have that with me, but I do have it from him.
So it was to CAL FIRE and the forester, it was not with, I think at that time, Community Resource Agency.
We went through whatever the county had said as well, but we had to involve CAL FIRE to ask their expertise.
Okay. With some of the other claims that were talked about with the grading without a permit, stuff like that, forgetting what other, the letters of kind of a non-conforming use of the site, and are those also ones that you're disputing?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions? Thanks, guys.
Great. Thanks. Okay. So with that, well, hopefully it's okay. We did questions right after each there. Great. Okay. We're going to open this up for public comment. Any member of the public who would like to come up and speak, you'll have 3 minutes to be able to address the board. Just come up to the podium.
Hi, my name is Doug DeSoto. I own property directly next to the Leslie project. And I'd like to tell you that SPI is not across the street. SPI is on Industrial Drive. Huge thing. It's industrial. It's not, you don't drive down Tuolumne Road and say, oh, look, it's an industrial organization. First off. Second off, it was a really, really nice parcel of land. And we got along with the Leslies really well before the current owner had it. There was a hand-dug well. You were asking about what was there. There was a lovely hand-dug well, big thing. Near the creek, there was not only Native American things, there were artifacts from the gold rush. There were old cans, there were pans, it was really cool. And as the creek would rise and low and cut away the bank, you would see these things. And with the owner's permission, we used to walk on the land and look at stuff. And I would always say, well, that's historical, we can't touch it, much less take a bulldozer to it. Lovely place, nice old houses, sure. And then Mr. Leslie moved in and bulldozed everything. Lots of trees. I mean, you see the pictures. And I don't know what part of this would be for your decision. He's a terrible neighbor. Swearing at my tenants who live there, saying awful things to them. Assaulted my tenant off-site in front of the store. He's been in court a couple of times for those things. But that's, you try to get along with your neighbors. But what he has done to that land is just awful. It was historic, quite historic. Lovely piece of land, and now it's just this place he uses for whatever he wants. We've been complaining for years about this. Nothing happens. Really frustrating, and it's wrong. My ancestors have been on this continent for 20,000 years, and I don't get to say, oh, my ancestors were here for 20,000 years, I get to break the law. That's wrong. I take the current law as it is. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You bet.
Do we have any other public comments? Okay.
I have never, ever, in my entire meeting-going career, seen a meeting as horrific as that Planning Commission meeting was, where this was discussed. And I've mentioned this before. I think your Planning Commission is totally incompetent based on what I saw that night. And I also saw a lot of behavior coming from community development that made me wonder Is it easier just to cover everything up and say, oh, if we just give this magic little pill, everything will be better and all the violations will go away and we'll be able to go along happy as can be? And I've never seen an applicant act like a bigger baby than this one did. I must have heard 15 times that, oh, I'm a Tuolumne County native, my family's been here for 7 generations, yada, yada. And that somehow seemed to be okay to just rape the land and treat us all like we're a bunch of idiots who don't understand anything. It was absolutely appalling. And no one should get away with that kind of behavior. And I thought Chelsea did an excellent presentation of pointing out everything that was wrong. And I don't see how someone could just keep going in. I mean, I've seen the land change since the Planning Commission meetings, and that was in November. And we went out for your board retreat. I couldn't believe how horrible it looked now. So I'm only going to give you my perspective. I don't live there. But I have never seen a planning commission like that. I've never seen an applicant act that way. And I certainly agree that none of that should be rewarded. And I certainly hope the grand jury takes this up. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
I am Stan Dodson, and many of you know me as an employee of CSERC, but I'm actually here mostly as a citizen and a homeowner here in the county. As my observations on this property predate my employment with CSERC, I moved from Calaveras County to Tuolumne County about 2 years ago, bought a small little house in your district, Supervisor Kirk, and was kind of surprised driving. I used Tuolumne Road a lot, and driving by the property a couple years ago, it just didn't quite seem to fit in with the neighborhood around it. Didn't think too much about it at the time, but when I did start working at CSERC, I found out that, lo and behold, this property owner was not compliant with the zoning on this property. Chelsea did a great job of covering that. So, I want to just relate this really to me as a homeowner. Just within the last few months, in my little 800 square foot house, I finished a 150 square foot addition that took about a year. Started in October of 2022, started with plan check and pulling permits, about $3,000 for this little 150 square foot property, or addition, I should say. Why did I do that? Because that's what the law requires. Pull permits before you add on. Another reason I do that is because plan check and inspections, using licensed contractors, all those things will hopefully provide a safe environment for me and my family. And the third thing that those permits do is they protect the environment and they protect my neighbors. So as a homeowner, seeing a property owner get away with this noncompliance year after year is frustrating. I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I expect my neighbors to be as well. And, I kind of feel like we're pitting against, we're kind of putting the rule of law against this good old boy network, and it makes a citizen like myself just feel like a sucker if this gets approved. So I just, want you to really understand that from a law-abiding citizen in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any other public comment?
Tom Parrington. I'm a resident quite far out on Wards Ferry Road. Buying a property, as Mr. Leslie has done, for an industrial use on a property zoned mostly residential, and then proceeding to grade the property, as noted, for a parking lot for heavy equipment storage without applying for a grading permit or any other permit is the height of arrogance. The Leslie started grading in 2017 without a permit. That violation continued until a permit was belatedly issued in Public Works in December of 2021. despite the Community Development Department's procedures that require an environmental evaluation before Public Works issues a grading permit. There's no record in the files, despite what Ms. Quincy Yeley said, that shows that environmental evaluation was ever made before a permit was issued by Public Works. And I've requested the public records from your files, and nothing's there. Only in 2023 was an initial evaluation of the property made. That's when the site had been graded. The major part of this site had been graded. The natural and cultural resources lost before any evaluation was made by the tribe, by any study. Nothing was done until 2023. Now, the oaks he talks about, mature oaks, we never know. Unfortunately, I took photographs of that time, but I lost the camera that contained them was destroyed, so I lost those. But that site was an oak woodland, and much more than 10% of the site was oak woodland. No evaluation was made, as it should have been, before grading started. Beginning in 2018, as Chelsea noted, a number of violations were cited by the Community Development Department, and I have those copies of those letters citing him. He claims those weren't in the file. They are in the file, and I can provide them if you need them. The grading of the property for an industrial use continues to this day, 5 years after grading began. A conditional use permit shall only be used for outdoor storage and conducting with a commercial retail use, not as a ruse for an industrial use of the property. It's just wrong. And trying to obtain a conditional use permit for an industrial use is just a flagrant violation, and I urge you to deny it and use your discretion to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to close public comment, and we're going to close the public hearing at 2:46. And with that, we are going to bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Kirk.
Quincy, I keep hearing this general commercial versus.
If I could interject.
Brandon,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
If we're going to have questions, which is totally fine, we just want to keep the public hearing open until your board is ready to deliberate, and then we would close it.
Are we able to ask questions of staff where it's not of
Yes.
either the applicant or appellant without reopening?
Right.
Okay, so this is only a question for staff,
I have
right?
some questions too, so.
Well, I'm sorry, not with reopen. Yes, reopen, and then you can ask questions of staff. You don't have to ask them of everybody, just of whomever you need to.
All right, if you don't mind, we are reopening the public hearing
At 2:46.
later 2:46. Supervisor Kirk.
So Quincy, I keep hearing this general commercial versus industrial commercial. Can you help me with that? Clarify, what are we?
There was a staff member in the Public Works Department that really wanted this project to be rezoned to heavy commercial. Community Development didn't feel that. The trucks that use the site, commercial projects also have heavy trucks going in and out of them, delivering all day long. And so we don't feel that this is inconsistent with the C1 zoning district. It's as a conditional use, certainly not as a permitted use, but as a conditional use with the right conditions of approval and the environmental review.
And I actually had the same question, Supervisor Kirk, so I looked it up. So it's chapter 17.34 of general commercial district, because, there was the comment made that commercial districts are exclusively for, hotels, restaurants, that kind of thing. So if you look at 17.34.02 permitted uses, it goes through A, B, C, D, a whole bunch of them. If you get down to I, so H, outdoor storage, I, open storage of equipment and materials. Is that, what I was going to ask you is, so I see open storage of equipment and materials. I don't see anything about sawmills, anything like that, but is just the equipment storage, are you using that element as the reasoning, the rationale behind it being C1?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for looking that up.
was curious.
Well, I was too, but I was listening while you were Googling, so thank you for that. Good teamwork.
I did it at the break.
And then it's been brought up, I think we're all clear, it's been brought up though a couple times about this whole log deck issue. It's going away, so it doesn't need to be included in any sort of, if, I know CSERC presented that. I don't have the slide in front of me, but let's just be clear, that log deck is going away.
So the way that it's proposed right now is that a log deck can remain. That's on the site plan as a part of the proposed project. It's what was evaluated in the environmental document. If the property owner chooses to take that away, that's their choice. Like, as the condition is proposed, as the permit's proposed right now, that would be part of the conditional use permit, would be that outdoor storage of the equipment and the logs.
The equipment logs. What about the saw?
That is explicitly in the conditions of approval being asked to be removed because that is not a permitted or a conditional use in the C1 zone.
So log stay, saw goes.
There you go.
Which is why you obviously want to move it all. No point in having, okay.
I'm going to clarify too, we're at questions and I think comments as well, so.
Oh, comments too?
Well, we had questions earlier, but I think if you want to have questions during your time, I'm fine for this to be a mix.
Is there any way, I wanted to see what those conditions were that CSERC. Do we have a list of those?
Yeah.
I believe it's in the
I wrote them down 1 second.
Oh, is it in the packet? Could somebody point me to the page?
It's not in the it's not in the packet.
It's not, yeah.
So it was 100-foot wide open space, a log deck, and CSERC, let me know if I got any of these wrong. 100-foot wide open space, a log deck size no greater than 300 by 100 by 10. Naturalize the lower area with nothing in the lower pad, and obtain third-party approvals. I'm not clear what third-party approvals means, but those were the things that CSERC was asking for.
Sorry, could you repeat the first one?
100-foot wide open space along the property boundary rather than 50 feet.
Okay. So the log deck size, okay. I'm just doing questions now, so if you guys have questions, I'll wait for my comments.
Yeah, if I could.
Yeah, Supervisor Campbell?
Kind of going off of where we just were. So under what part of the zoning designation are log decks allowed? Because I don't see that anywhere.
So we don't have, log decks aren't a specific use. If you go to the definitions of the zoning code and you Google log decks, it's not in the zoning code. And so we use the other land use categories. This happens all the time where we don't have a specific land use. We say, well, what is the land use that this most is like in the code? Open storage of materials, equipment, those types of things. That's how we would classify a log deck. We often get, if you've seen, we often get, now with a lot of the tree work that happens, we often get projects that just are bringing logs down the hill that are storing them and moving them. So it's not uncommon for us to consider those in the context of our zoning code.
And forgive me, I'm going to use an extreme example. If I had a business and I had a piece of property and I wanted to store uranium on it, or some very hazardous material that's not explicitly called out in the zoning plan, does that mean I can do it?
No, I don't think that that's what that means. So it's obviously, as you've said, it's going to be case by case. It depends on the zoning district. There are some districts that allow processing of materials by right, and that they don't need to get any other permits from the county to do that. There are some zoning districts where that requires a conditional use permit. And so it really depends on the specific land use and the specific parcel, which dictates what permitting path, if any, a project is going to go down.
I had a few things I'm kind of grappling with on this. So the applicant made a number of statements of saying basically non-compliance, kind of flagrant non-compliance with county processes, code compliance, ordinances. The applicant has said that those were, largely inaccurate or inaccurate. So I wanted to see, hearing those two presentations, can you weigh in on whether, one of the issues, for example, that I think is very clear, this is RE5. I look up even within the prohibited business stuff within zonings. Number one on residential, and I assume it applies RE5, correct me if I'm wrong, has to be entirely within a dwelling to operate a business. Storage of business materials, equipment outdoors is not allowed, and it can't change the residential character of the dwelling and that. It seems to be clearly out of what the permitted uses are for that initially. And it seems like if those statements are correct from the appellant, a number of you're out of compliance, this is a non-conforming use, letters were sent. Do we have documentation that supports what the applicant is saying, that those were responded to? That may be on our side, or our codes were followed, even if we may not agree with them or they're relevant anymore. Can you weigh in on that?
Sure. So first of all, our staff is not in any way, shape, or form saying that this project is consistent with the RE5 zoning district.
Right.
We're not saying that. We're asking we're supporting a recommendation for a zone change.
Understood.
We're saying that it's consistent with the general plan. So the rules of RE5, should your board disapprove this project, the rules of RE5 will absolutely then be the rules that the county will enforce under. But while we've been working towards compliance, this project has been operating. So does that answer the first question about RE5?
So a number of, I think, assurances may be made kind of in this applicant process. And I know that we have basically processes also to make sure that those are followed through on, right? Any promises. Point being is, if they weren't followed through on in the past, either by the county or by the applicant, I think it's relevant to whether we approve this and take some of this at kind of face value. So that's the concern. I wanted to ask, can you confirm based on the statements there that, either the applicant or the appellant are correct in their statements,
Sure.
that those were kind of violations over time?
So not necessarily RE5. So we certainly have issued compliance letters to the applicant. I've been working with this applicant for years. I think maybe the nature of the question that the board asked the applicant and his response might have gotten a little muddied in that communication, but I don't think that the applicant, if you brought Mr. Leslie back up here, would tell you that the county didn't send him any letters of violation. That's not what I'm thinking that Mr. Leslie thinks is happening.
What I heard was the county sent those out. That wasn't disputed. The dispute was whether those were addressed or replied to kind of in the way we would expect.
What do you mean by the way that we've been working to bring this project into compliance. It has taken a long time.
I'm trying to make this a very simple question. We had two kind of things pitched as why this shouldn't move forward and why this should move forward, and that's incorrect. I want to know which case is which the appellant or the applicant, they have made contradictory claims, which is correct.
Okay, so just to put it in context and perspective, when CDD or code compliance issues notices and a violation, then there's ways people can come into conformance. And one of the ways they can come into conformance is by the process that we're using right now. I just want to put that into perspective because I think sometimes there's some things that are getting a little bit lost as we're going through this hearing. But then I do want to turn it back over to Ms. Yaley to hopefully clarify.
Sure, and I would say that my job is to not consider the character of an individual when I'm evaluating a project. Mm-hmm. I also don't consider their choices during the process as a part of my recommendation. Our recommendation is truly based on the findings that are in your staff report and whether or not we feel they can be made, and in this case, through a list of conditions of approval.
Okay, that's fine. I have a second question on it too, and I know there was litigation a long time ago with Tuolumne County, not specific to this, that talked about using an overlay zoning that was contradictory to like the bottom. And I know that's different. What I'm wondering about this is where we have a property that is being used for the main zoning purpose, and let's say it's an industrial one, and we approve housing as a conditional use on there. I wouldn't want somebody to zone an area industrial, say they're going to do industrial, and then only build a subdivision there. I think it's an accessory kind of use. We'd look at the conditional use. So the concern I'm wondering is related to some of the comments about general commercial, heavy commercial, or industrial. I understand it's being proposed as a conditional use permit, but it seems to be the only use of the site. The main use is what is a conditional use for that type. Why wouldn't we consider that first for the one where that's the primary use? Do you know what I mean?
No. So you're saying, I'm not sure. The primary, I'm not sure how to answer your question, Supervisor Brandon, I'm sorry.
I'm saying if we had, for example, the ability to do conditional use for housing in, let's say, a general commercial space, and it's a
Okay.
vacant lot.
Yeah.
And that project comes up after getting rezoned for that, and it's an entire subdivision. It's still zoned commercial, but that's a conditional use. I would say, well, why shouldn't that be residential? Was thinking when we use a CUP, that would be a commercial center with housing as the accessory use. It's a conditional use permit for an accessory use. If it's going to be a housing project, 100%, it should be zoned for housing.
Okay.
Is this not, okay.
I think I might be able to help clarify the question. Are you
I'm
asking?
trying to ask
I have a
it as
question
simple as
for
I
clarity
can.
That might help.
Are you asking why the applicant isn't applying to apply for a different zoning district?
Right.
Or industrial zoning district?
Why
as
not
opposed
apply
to
where the
C1?
main use of this site is a permissive use of the zoning rather than a conditional use? Wouldn't that be more appropriate when it seems like 100% of the use of the site?
Yeah, and I don't
got
know
it.
the answer to
So-
that question, but I would just encourage your board to focus on the application before the board. You know, what the application, what zone is being requested and whether or not the board can make the findings based on the substantial
Thank you.
evidence.
And
Supervisor
that's-
Campbell.
And that's where I have a question and where I think some of the confusion is coming from. And I share that. I have a little bit of confusion about this. This is more challenging than I would say, a typical zoning change, because we're not talking, there's been so much discussion about code compliance here. We're not making a decision about code compliance. We're talking about a zoning designation. However, you have these conditions of the zone change dependent on qualifiers that involve complying with the code. So what I'm confused about is, am I to consider the code compliance issues in approving the zoning designation or not? Because it's, yeah, right, it's discretionary. So often when we consider these zoning, it's very strict, the elements that we're able to consider, but there's just a broad range of elements that are discussed, that were discussed at the Planning Commission and that have been talked about here. I'm not clear on what are the guardrails here. I mean, are we just taking everything into account? Because what if this board comes up with another set of conditions that's different? We approve the zoning, but with separate conditions. Can we do that? And it would have to be based on what we know about the code compliance issues coming into it. So that's what I'm looking for, is what are the guardrails here? What are we trying to decide with respect to the zoning and the conditions on that approval?
So to those questions, I would say that the board is asked to make, whether or not it can make the recommended findings to approve the zone change, the conditional use permit. The conditions placed on the use permit there needs to be a nexus between what's proposed and the condition, and the condition needs to be roughly proportionate to the identified impacts of that, of the use.
So it sounds like we have broad.
You have discretion, but really the consideration should be the proposed project, the impacts from the project. It should not be personal to the applicant. It should be more specific to the property itself. So I think that's.
And just to add to that point, because that's a very good point, and I understand that there are concerns because of what's been presented today, but I understand there's concerns because of some of the information that's been presented today. But as Ms. Yaley said, with any project, if it is approved or you add other conditions based on what Mr. Nesper said, and something is violated, we have a process that we would use. And so we want to make sure that we are treating everyone fairly and that we are looking at what is the project before us and connecting the dots from just the land use perspective and not making it personal, because we've heard a lot of personal assertions today. And that's not normally something in the land use arena that your board considers as we're making decisions about projects.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody on this board is taking anything personally. Right. What I just want to know is, you know, I think you answered my question, that it sounds like we are thinking about these, resolving the code compliance issues, not making any judgment about anybody and how we got there, but that there are these issues and whether or not and how they should be a condition of approval of the zoning.
Correct.
So,
And
okay.
if conditions are imposed and they're not abided by, there, as Ms. Carrillo referenced, there's a provision in our ordinance code for revoking the permit if those conditions aren't, if the property owner doesn't come into compliance with the conditions.
Supervisor Brennan, I had one more question
Supervisor
that came to
Kurt?
mind that I didn't check off, and then we'll go into comments. It sounds like, Quincy, on slide 8, you talked about, you gave an example of how at one point you went to the south part of the county with some zone overlay, and I was trying to catch up with that as I was taking notes. Are you basically, when it comes to this property, if we would take the time and the exercise to go through the general plan and apply it to each property, were you saying that this would have been zoned differently at that time, basically what's being proposed today?
Staff would have brought that to the board. Whether a board would have approved that, I don't know, but we would have.
It would have met the criteria
That's
to
correct.
be where we are today for the commercial?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, okay. It's a big deal. So thank you.
So comments at least I have on this. I was trying to think, because I agree with Supervisor Campbell. I think it is more complicated. Nothing about this is personal. It could be any Joe Schmo, whoever applying for this. It's really the history of the property and the ownership, not the individual, and what it's been doing with code compliance and some of these things. So I think first, to me, is the history of non-conforming use is very clear that it's been a violation this entire time. And at least from what I've seen in the kind of limited questioning with staff there, that it's been notice of violations that have happened since. I haven't at least seen evidence that I think dispels that to my understanding, maybe some of them, but there's quite a few. And it seems that over that period of time from 2018 to current that there has been a continuing gathering of these violations. And so with that, I think, yes, there's been violations and it's a non-conforming use right now that's been very clearly not appropriate as it is currently zoned. Am I okay with a property like this being rezoned from RE5? Yes, I think that area looks like either for denser residential, commercial, industrial. That to me is not an issue. I do have an issue though, however, that it seems like this is not for the use proposed appropriate to C1 or neighborhood kind of general commercial. It does seem to be an industrial or heavy commercial operation. I think there may be some way to say, oh, it is appropriate, but it was bought as RE5, knowing that that was the property. It's been used as, it sounds like an industrial site, and now there's a CUP process to kind of bring it into conformance, but it's not addressing those kinds of issues. I think there was a comment brought up that we have an industrial area for a reason. That makes a lot of sense. That's where I would see storage of materials, heavy trucking, processing plants. That to me is a much more appropriate space than where we've got basically TUD offices and Wildcat Ranch and a fairly prominent intersection that is probably an area for growth. And thinking, I guess, in terms of the character of the neighborhood in the future, where we're looking at housing or job development or commercial area development, zoom out 10, 20 years, Tuolumne Road's a major collector, and there's buildable land there. It's surrounded by resources. I know Standard, we've talked about that. And so the question is kind of put here, and I know it's more to the land use, you know, it's an industrial storage yard for semi-trucks, log haulers, or loaders, all of that. That to me, on a main intersection, on a main road, in an area for commercial development, doesn't seem appropriate. I get, again, why is a conditional use permit having a storage unit on a retail business makes a lot of sense. This to me seems like it fits only the technical words of storage, but it's not meant for large-scale vehicle storage. That is industrial. So maybe the language of the codes is allowing it to be either. I don't think it really fits the spirit of that or the kind of the neighborhood. So that's where I'm at with it. Sorry that was kind of complicated, because it is a complicated issue. Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I want to say that very rarely do I see things in terms of black and white. Usually there's a wide swath of gray in any situation. And for me, in this particular case, it's a black and white issue. I see this as the worst example of many egregious acts with utter disregard for the county rules. And that's since 2017. 7 years of noncompliance. I am not inclined to reward bad behavior with willful disregard to our county's rules. It is my opinion that no conditions, no permits, or zoning changes should be granted. I am in favor of returning the site to its original natural state to be conducted by a third-party firm, because I don't believe this applicant will do the right thing if he was charged with doing that, and bill to Mr. Leslie, the applicant. There have been numerous impacts to this property. Any process that takes 7 years to bring the applicant into compliance, and I might add it is still not in compliance, is not worthy of approval. And that's where I stand.
Supervisor Kirk.
I'm trying to Google this, or not Google, do a word search of the chapter 17.34. But anyways, I can't find it. My 2 cents are this. I completely agree with the opening statements of Supervisor Brandon. There are violations, non-conforming use, absolutely. But the reason why I asked the question of if we would have applied a practice to the general plan with zoning and looked at this property before it would meet the conditions to go commercial. And then also the general commercial, when we were talking earlier about the description of how you can use that for parking things. I'm trying not to get caught up, and I'm not saying anybody's getting caught up in any emotional stuff. I acknowledge the fact that there's been violations going on since 2017. But we are here now, and I'm looking at this piece of property as far as what it's going to look like 50 years from now, 100 years from now. I think the conversation for me is, does it land on can it be used for commercial use? And our general plan does allow it, and it does allow for parking of materials, which is what it's being used at. I would be fine with adding the not the amendment, well, I guess you call it the amendment, of just getting rid of the log deck completely, just so to confirm that there is no sort of milling out there. So that would be my one requirement that I put on there, just remove the log deck altogether and leave the upper part for its general commercial use.
Good, thank you. Supervisor Campbell, did you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, and thank you. I hate to say, I agree with my colleagues, because we had a swath of responses there. The way I see it is, like, we have 2 choices essentially. One is to approve the zone designation with conditions, and I have some conditions that go beyond what's stated here, and I'll go into that in a minute. But what I want to know is what are the consequences of voting no? If we disapprove the zoning designation, what happens at that point? Then the property cannot be used anymore whatsoever, except for residential. That equipment has to come off immediately. And are we going to enforce that, and how are we going to enforce that? I want to know what the consequences are of a no vote on this.
So, Cody, I'll let you talk about the appeal process if there's any consequences for that. But
for your office, in terms of enforcement, and for the applicant.
Okay, so not about the, okay. So if this was not approved, staff would, couple things. There's a couple options. One would be is the applicant could submit a new project. They could propose to rezone it to something else, do a general plan amendment, do another use permit, something like that, and we would bring it back through the process, whatever that application dictated. There could be a further code enforcement, which could result in fines and penalties, and then going through the code compliance process, as I described earlier, where they would get a final abatement warrant, which is where they basically notice that we're going to be liening your property for the fines and the fines for this abatement. Several $1,000s is what that would be. And then if they did not come into compliance at the final abatement order, the property would be liened. And then at that point, it would go onto our code compliance abatement list to determine whether or not the county was going to spend funds to abate the violation. Abating this violation would be to remove the logs and remove the equipment. Abating the violation would not be to restore anything to another state other than what it is right now.
One important point is that through that process, there's also an appeal process that would potentially be before your board.
Yeah. And thank you very much for that. And I wanted you to state that to highlight the fact that not approving the zoning designation doesn't solve the problem. It creates another set of problems, the way I see it, because what's done is already there, and the process of changing that would take another, however, I mean, we're already 5-6 years into this. So what I would propose is that we approve of the zoning designation with the recommended conditions with respect to code compliance, but I would also add that lower portion there not be used for any purpose commercial, that it be restored and returned to a natural state consistent with Creekside, riparian area. I have very serious concerns about what's going to happen to that portion of the property in the event of a flood. Any equipment, any chemicals, any logs, whatever have you, is going to end up in the creek in that case. And the that's what I would add. Additionally, I would say there needs to be mitigation beyond what is recommended by staff for, and I don't know the technical terms, so go ahead and wordsmith what I'm trying to say, pollutants that come off of the machines. So if diesel leaks from engines, oil leaks onto the ground, that's going to go into the ground and end up in the creek. That has to be mitigated somehow. And I don't see anything referencing that here or a way to do that. That's not my area of expertise, but I would want to see some kind of answer and solution to that. And whether that requires testing or studies first to determine what's necessary, that would need to happen. And then the third thing would be, actually, I guess I need to ask the question. So the applicant mentioned reaching out to CAL FIRE about removal of oak trees beyond a certain DBH. I was a little confused by that. I don't think, because CAL FIRE doesn't oversee that decision-making process. We do have oak tree mitigation rules within our general plan. Do you see that any of those rules were violated, and what would be the remedy to those if that's the case?
So the oak trees were removed as a part of the grading permit, not which is completed. To address concerns about oak trees, your board could put a condition of approval that said something, no further vegetation removal shall occur on the site. We caveat those with health and safety matters, which we bring in like an arborist to verify that.
Yeah, if you got a big dead tree,
that's what I'm saying. Yes. Yeah. We also caveat that for, we do defer to CAL FIRE and often due to concerns about, flammable vegetation. And so we often cite the 4290 regulations and say that vegetation shall be maintained in accordance with 4290, no more. unless it's a health and safety matter.
Okay. So I would just say no further vegetation removal without approval by county consistent with 4291.
So if I may with that, we had reopened the public hearing to allow for questions. Do we have any other questions from staff,
Well,
applicants or applicants? Because then I need to close the hearing so we can move back to
I did
board
have one
discussion.
question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before
I
a
was just
motion or
finishing
before
up.
any, as long as it's a question. We will come
Okay.
back for discussion. But council's reminding me that we're still in the question period, so.
Gotcha.
Supervisor Half?
So, yeah, I'm aware that oak trees were removed before a grading permit was issued, before the final grading permit was issued. Is that not accurate?
I don't know. I don't know that oak trees were removed prior to the issuance of the grading permit.
Wasn't the final grading permit that was approved, wasn't it given in arrears, kind of like after the fact?
So from what I understand happened is that an encroachment permit was obtained to move the encroachment at the county's request from the corner of Wards Ferry and Tuolumne Road to the new location. That grading started and was starting to expand beyond the scope of that encroachment. And then at that time, there was essentially a second or a grading permit for the site that was submitted for and issued.
Right, and it's my understanding, because I got involved in 2021 when I took over as the District 4 supervisor, and there was not a grading permit, approved one at one point, and then the trees were removed, and then finally that grading permit was approved. That's my recollection. Okay, so
with that, we're going to reclose the public hearing at 3:20. We're going to bring it back for board discussion. Supervisor Campbell, if you want to wrap up your thoughts on that, and I think I kind of have where we've all said stuff to see if we can find a majority opinion first. So.
Yeah, that was about it. I'm just trying to, I just feel like a no vote on this doesn't get us where we want to be, which is a resolution of the issues on the property. That's my overarching concern. So I'm trying to get to yes. My recommendation would be, and I can make a motion if you desire, but I'll let other people talk, to approve the zone change with the staff recommended conditions, and then adding to that no further vegetation removal without approval of county staff. Return the lower portion. Do we have a term for that? You know what I'm talking about. The lower portion
restore
of the property.
the lower pad area. Maybe we'll just say to the state prior to the issuance, the grading permit. Supervisor Campbell, if I could ask, the applicant indicated that he did plan to move the logs off that site.
Right, but not
restore. Okay, is there a time, I want to make sure also the public understands what the expectation is of county staff is in order to act on enforcing a condition of returning that to its natural state. And so what is the time frame in terms of the removal of those items? I would also add that a landscaping plan be submitted to our department that we're going to review for the restoration of that area. We obviously review it for the right kind of species and mix and things like that to make sure that that sort of would happen. So I think if there's natural, just let it happen over time. There's active restoration, which would require a plan, which then we would have monitoring on. And then also, what is the time frame to remove, for that basically to start, for those logs to be removed?
Quincy, just to tag in, we have kind of 3 items here first of whether it's allowed or not allowed. And I agree, these are determinations, but if we can maybe do this first, and then depending on where the board's direction is, then talk about some of more of the specifics. Is that okay? Because if we get into that level of detail with each of the 4 of us, it's going to be a lot harder to track the general direction.
Okay. All right, just let me finish, and then we can go into other things. Okay. So I appreciate your seeking clarity on that. I want to see if there's support by the rest of the board for this type of an option first. Okay. If we do, then we can go into more detail. The last element I would say is to immediately, which might answer your question, immediately remove all timber operation equipment from the site for producing of timber, marketable lumber, and log decks immediately. So there's an answer in terms of the time frame. So that would be my recommendation if we're going to approve the zoning change.
So we've each kind of talked about, I think, what we would like to see with it. I'm going to paraphrase this as best that I can. Supervisor Kirk has said to, I think, allow on the 3, but to remove the logs, basically, specifically, not just timber, but those types of operations. We had Supervisor Half and myself recommending denial on all 3 counts. We have Supervisor Campbell also for approval, but with several additional mitigations, no timber operations, and some restoration, I believe, on the lower part. So we have 2 for approving it with some level of conditions, 1 with more, 1 with kind of a minor modification, 2 with more or less denying it currently. With that, I wanted to throw that out if that changes anybody's mind.
I wanted to say that Quincy's statement about if we choose to just deny the whole thing, it could come back and be a reiteration of something again and again, and it's like a reoccurring nightmare. So taking that into consideration, it's like which one is going to hold this person more accountable? And it seems like something along the lines of what Supervisor Campbell is suggesting would hold them more accountable than just saying no. And I'm very dismayed to have to say that, because I think our system is flawed if that's the way it goes. I think that I don't know how to fix it, but I'm very dismayed at that fact.
So we have quickly three items with it. The first one is the approval of the mitigated negative declaration. We have 3 options of what we want to do with all this, right? We can approve, we can deny, we can send it back to staff. We also have the rezoning itself, and we have the conditional use permit. Since we have a lot of details in there, I know one that to me is kind of important, the fact that it's so close to a river and would be a vehicle storage area. I know, thinking of the Caltrans lot, for example, down near the hospital, which you get patrol. I mean, when you have a vehicle sitting for a long time, you get fluids that leak into the ground that is above the creek. It would drain into it. That is a concern for me. I have no issue potentially with that being a commercial area. I think it's appropriate to a lot of the broader uses of it, but I don't think a vehicle storage yard is appropriate. So looking at that, would it make sense that with these comments we send this back to staff to continue to work on it and then bring this back? Or do we want to find kind of consensus with that? Because it sounds like we basically have a majority, and I'd be willing to throw in to say the rezoning is fine. We have several additional mitigations to add, which would be changing the mitigated neg deck, basically, right? Adding into there. And then for the conditional use permit, I'm not sure where we're at with that specifically. That one I wouldn't want to approve, I think, right now. Supervisor Kirk?
Sure. I haven't had a chance to comment, but I want to clarify what you're saying. Are you saying send it back for the conditional use to potentially not make it a place for parking equipment? Is that what you're?
Yeah, let me simplify it then. I think one of them is the zoning change, and I'm okay with the zoning change, presuming, as we talked about, some of the damages and stuff is reasonably addressed. The second is the mitigated negative declaration, which could include, right, any type of other things we'd say that need to be done to restore. And I don't disagree with, I think, Supervisor Campbell's comments and those specifics. So I would agree on there, which sounds like we would have at least a majority. I think you may be on that as well. So 4, the last bit is the conditional use permit, which, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe is for.
Yeah, what is it you're asking for the conditional use permit?
Conditional use permit, this is just, sorry, Quincy, can you clarify again which part is the conditional use permit and which part is going to be the zoning? Is this for the outdoor storage, specifically vehicle storage?
The use permit is for that.
Okay.
A zone change happens without conditions of approval. It's a thumbs up or there are findings, but it's a thumbs up or thumbs down. So any conditions would be added to the conditional use permit. Really quick, just because land use is complicated.
Yeah.
You can add mitigation measures. You can also add conditions of approval, and you have authority to do that. If you want these added as a mitigation measure, they go into a mitigation measure monitoring report. Conditions of approval are also monitored, so they are equally monitored. But if you want them as mitigation measures, I'd ask you to take a break so I can confirm that the mitigation that you're proposing was an actual impact identified is in response to an actual impact. Otherwise, I'd just say if it's not, you want then add it as a condition of approval. If it's no matter to you and you're wanting these just to be enforceable measures, then you wouldn't need to take a break and you could add them as conditions of approval.
Thank you. I think we should take a recess as well. So how about, what do you think? Should we do a 10-minute recess, try to pull together some of the comments?
Hold on, can I make, because I haven't had a chance to make
Sure.
my closing comments. And here they are. Again, it's consistent with the general plan. Looking at the code, open storage of equipment and materials is allowed. I'm not advocating for the individual. This is not a personal thing. I'm just trying to go with what, our general plan is, what code is. The log deck removal, sounds like we're all in agreement with. The one thing I want to bring up, and this is the oil testing, which I completely get, but we just got to remember when we're putting red tape into something, because I'm pretending like this equipment's good, or this property would belong to anybody. Like you look at Sonora PD and their fleet, that's right near a creek. There's so many businesses that are right near creeks. And so it's just like, I want to make sure that we're not just putting things into place that aren't necessarily, they sound good and they're emotional, and there's this, creek nearby and we're trying to mitigate things, but so many businesses that are all around here are near creeks. So I don't know if that's a standard thing to be doing, and so that would be my question. If it's needed, if staff feels like it would be something needed for the environmental impact, great. But I just want to throw those 2 cents in.
So Supervisor Kirk, go ahead.
I do want to get. It sounds like we're getting somewhere to yes, and I know with capacity and with 7 years of dealing with this, I think we're going to be better suited to try and come to some sort of resolution to move this forward. So.
And I respect that. And just to give you an idea of my rationale on it, it seems to me from reading the report that had this gone through the normal code process, I'm highly skeptical that the use of that lower portion would have been approved the way it is. Yeah. That's where that was coming from. It wasn't to be punitive or anything like that. It was that I don't think that probably would have been approved, so we should put it back. Well, it should be put back the way it was.
Well, good point.
Had there been.
But was your reference to the oil testing, was it for the upper portion as well?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where I'm,
right.
I get the lower portion, I get that. The river, I get that. I just am voicing what I said. So I appreciate the conversation.
And again, it's to mitigate impacts to the environment and the community in general that could occur. That's
Supervisor Campbell, Supervisor Kirk, there is a condition of approval that does require them to obtain a CUPA permit, which is Certified Unified Program Agency for handling, use, storage, generation of hazardous materials and or hazardous waste on the site. So that is when it's of certain quantities. Now I think that to address what I'm sensing is we want to just make sure it's not happening at all, rather than just saying they have to get a permit for a quantity. I might suggest, maybe not, maybe that's not what you're saying, but you could require a condition of approval that that they're going to work with fire and environmental health on just best practices for the site, not necessarily additional testing. If they're not leaking, if their site is set up and the equipment is maintained not to leak, you might not need to do the additional testing. Just wanted to provide some other range of potential conditions for you rather than testing in response to Supervisor Kirk's comment.
Can I throw out too that by the point, if there's a large amount of vehicle storage and fluids are getting into the river in a testable amount, a lot of the damage at that point would have been done as well. So where I'm at with it is, again, still that I'm okay with the rezoning of the use, partly because that's just what the site is now. It can't really effectively be restored to what it was. And in the broad sense, if this was a new application, I would be okay with considering that for commercial or industrial or commercial property of the normal C1 type. But I don't want it to be a vehicular storage. So if it ends up being C1 and it's vehicular storage, that to me is not really in alignment with what C1 says. So this conditional
we're
use
talking about.
permit.
That's what, we're talking about that it would be storage for equipment, including the vehicles.
Right.
So that means that
Well, that's the
you're
conditional
not
use.
supportive of.
No, well, so the
What I'm talking
rezoning is first to C1. And all of this we're talking about is not under C1 permitted uses. It is under conditional uses, which is item 3, which is we're talking about approving that. So I'm fine for the idea of the rezoning. I'm not okay with the conditional use permit for
mean,
the addition to the base zoning.
We discussed this earlier, it is permitted under C1. It's outdoor storage of equipment.
It's conditional, I believe.
No.
Yeah,
it's
so.
Open storage of equipment and materials, outdoor storage. It is.
General commercial, C1, as I mean, we should ask Quincy with it, is enclosed storage of equipment or materials under permitted use T.
Yeah, open storage.
Enclosed storage.
There's enclosed too, but there's
Open
section I.
storage is under conditional uses.
Okay.
We're saying the same thing. It's item I under conditional uses, right?
It's permitted uses.
Quincy, can you clarify?
It's a conditional use. It reads in columns, so you go down, up, and then you go to the next page. So it looks like it's a continuation of the first column onto the second page, but it's actually a continuation of the second column onto the second page.
Well, because all this is very clear, I'd like to take a 10-minute recess, give Quincy all of that, and hopefully come back with something that covers most of our thoughts. Even if it's a draft we amend, we'll have something to talk about, so.
And just
We'll be back.
before we go into the recess, I did want to note that the initial study does address the concern of oil leaking, pollutants leaking. There are mitigations included to address that. So just during
thank
the
you.
recess, that's something we'll be looking at as well.
We'll be back at 3:45. We are calling the meeting back to order at 4 p.m. I believe we have some material prepared, so hand it back to Director Yaley.
Sure. So just out of an abundance of transparency and caution, I just wanted to review with the full board and the public and the staff what we talked about when we were out of the room. First, Supervisor Campbell came in and spoke with myself, County Council Carrillo, and Deputy County Nesper, and we talked about the wording of some of the potential modifications to mitigation measures / conditions of approval that had been discussed here on the dais. No other potential conditions or anything were discussed. Supervisor Campbell left. Supervisor Half entered, again with the 3 staff members, where we discussed the code compliance process versus a conditional use permit, both from an enforcement standard. We discussed the options of approving the zone change, but not the conditional use permit. And then again, just followed up with some additional discussion regarding the code compliance process. Did I capture that? Okay, just want to make sure. If you want, I know I'm not sure, Supervisor Brandon, where you want me to go from here. I can let the board know that there is an existing condition, a condition of approval regarding reportable quantities of hazardous materials in number 33 and the requirement for a hazmat business plan. A hazmat business plan is where you document what hazardous chemicals you may have on the site, and the correct storage of them. So it's not just I have a 5-gallon gas of gasoline laying on the ground. It's how those materials are legally stored. And so if this site were to have any reportable quantities on the property, they would have to file this plan. There is a condition of approval that says that there will be no working on the trucks there, so there shouldn't be a reason that equipment or that fluids or any hazardous materials are stored on the property. The site is mostly, the applicant comes in with the heavy-duty truck, and I don't have any heavy-duty truck, and unhooks and hooks up trailers. Condition 18 talks about how there's not going to be any further milling on the property. We could modify that condition to specifically say that milling equipment and log decks are to be removed by a certain point in time. The applicant is going through on a separate piece of property that he referenced to acquire a number of acres out there. And so the intention being that those logs and milling equipment move to that site. That is still being finalized by the county, and so it's not like a 30-day thing. So we would want to, if that is your intention, put a reasonable amount, but not an overly reasonable amount of time for that to come into, for that to occur. Condition number 4 requires a landscaping plan. This is a landscaping plan from the initial study to help soften the visuals of the site from the adjoining public roadways. We could expand that mitigation measure to also require a restoration plan for that lower area if your board didn't want to see any further activity down there. I'm happy to answer any more questions or field any more ideas.
Okay, so to kind of lay that out, those are related to modified or added conditions of approvals or existing conditions of approvals based on what was discussed up here, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, and so we still have 3 items, right? We have the rezoning, we have the conditional use permit, and then we have accepting the mitigated neg deck. So with those, and to me still that doesn't address the concerns I had, which would be not just the runoff, but the idea that that spot would be not in alignment with the permissive zoning of C1. It would be only through a conditional use permit. I just don't think that's appropriate. If the use of a site's 100% there, that's to clarify on that specific comment, but if I'm not in the majority, that's fine. So am I correct that where the board is at is at least a majority, it sounded like 4-0, for allowing a rezoning on the mitigated neg deck? We would be accepting it pending those things are added into it for those 2 of the 3 items. Is that where we're at? Accepting the rezoning, and then with the mitigated neg deck, some of those approvals related to the lower area, related to the condition of approval already in there for the testing, the hazardous plan.
Yeah, I mean, right, I can make it, well, I don't know. My proposal, okay. And this is Supervisor Half's district, so with your permission, I'd be happy to make a motion, and maybe that'll clarify. Oh, okay. Well, what I would propose is those elements that Quincy mentioned. Yeah, what Quincy mentioned, I think meets my concerns, and I think it balances the needs of the community with the applicant's, right to use the property to support his business. Those are the 2 elements I'm most concerned about, and I think what Quincy laid out is a pretty good way to get to hopefully some kind of resolution.
So I'd like to ask the board if there is any will to approve the zoning but not approve the conditional use.
That's where I'm at. I do like the changes that were recommended related to the lower section and the conditions that are already there, but it's the conditional use permit that's the issue for me, for vehicle storage in principle, so.
My issue is that the conditional use permit is kind of that's the reason why this is before us, is because the applicant wants to use the property to store equipment. So if we're taking away his ability to do that, the rest I think is a moot point. That's my concern.
So that we have 2 at least right now that do not want to change or approve the conditional use permit. So that's a valid question about whether we would like to. I'm neutral somewhat on the zoning. I'm fine with approving it. And are we able to ask the applicant's intentions if they would like, pending this discussion, if one part of it's not approved, would they like to still proceed forward with it?
Well, can I?
Wait, let me
Speak up,
get
'cause
this really quick.
You just made an assumption that the board just went that way. She was
No,
she
I'm
was
not.
just asking a
I'm
question.
asking a hypothetical.
Just to
on
answer
that.
that question, if you want to receive any more evidence, I would recommend reopening the public hearing, and that would include asking the applicant questions.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
No, I can appreciate that you don't want to sign or do the conditional use permit, but I just want to be careful. Supervisor Half asked a question. She didn't say that she was going along with that. So we got to get on the same page one way or another.
Okay.
I understand the conditional use conversation, but then that basically makes this property void and null for the property owner. I'm again, personal property. We're here. To Supervisor Campbell's point, if we don't do some of the recommendations that Quincy's brought up, it's I don't know what we're basically making a piece of property invalid for a property owner. So
Can I ask then
so
Supervisor?
I think what I need to know
clarify?
is I appreciate the question, but I think we need to figure out if you want to do conditions or if you want to go with Jaren, at which point, if it was split, would we have to wait for Goldenberg to come back and rehear this? Is that the next step?
It's difficult because we are working against some time frames about hearing the appeal and making decisions, but I would, if it's going to be a split vote, 2-2, I would recommend continuing the public hearing until we have the whole board here, so we can have all members
Point of,
participate.
I guess, procedure, point of order on that. So what is a no vote? So if we vote to approve something and that vote fails, does that mean that this proposal fails as a default because it's not approved?
Without an affirmative vote approving it, yes, I would say it would be a de facto
Right.
denial.
So I think any of these decisions we do not have 3 votes supporting would be a de facto, it would not move forward. And is there board intention of wanting this to come back to another item? Because an option we do have is to send this back to staff, have them rework this and bring it back in what legal counsel's recommending. Supervisor Goldenberg would be here for that vote. So
I have a question for Supervisor Half, just trying to get a little bit of an understanding. So what I'm looking at, I'll just kind of share what I'm looking at.
Sure.
I'm looking at the lower section and the impacts on the creek. I'm looking at the impacts to the neighboring community by the visibility element. And then some of these other things we talked about, it's called the CUPA, which I actually knew what that was, but I had to look it up. The CUPA rules about equipment and that can be stored there and hazardous materials. I think this resolves those kind of issues, and I think it reasonably gets the point across that it's better to follow the rules when it comes to getting property approved in terms of compliance. So I guess I'm looking for some idea of what would you like to see added on to that? Is it just that we don't want to see equipment on that property, period? Because if that's the goal, then I don't know.
I think that's
where we
part
can
of the
go.
goal. I think
Okay.
another part of my thinking is what guarantee do we have that this person will do what he's told that, what we decide here. We don't have any indication that he will follow what we say. I'm just thinking of making it simple. And simple would be approve the zone change, and the conditional use is, under the findings, the size and terrain of the project site, I don't think are suitable for the storage of that big equipment, even though it's big enough. I don't think it's suitable. And yeah, the lower portion of that to be brought back to the habitat that it was, that's a great idea. I don't know if we'll ever see it. All those other conditions you're putting on it, I don't have confidence that any of this will be done. So I'm just trying to make it as simple and straightforward as possible, because we haven't seen, this has all come to us as a result of 7 years of trying to skirt county process.
So looking to Quincy, what are the potential, what are the next steps if we do if we don't approve the conditional use permit but approve these other things?
So approving the zone change, without approving the use permit, then the applicant would be subject to any of the permitted uses that can occur in the C1 zoning district, with the asterisk that some uses require a site development permit or some other subsequent permitting. The uses that are being proposed in the conditional use permit application would then go into the code compliance case. And that is a notice and order. I think we've issued an opportunity to correct, but either an opportunity to correct and or notice and order. Notice and order has penalties and fines. And then there's an appeal opportunity to the Board of Supervisors on the violation. If the violation is upheld, then it goes to a final abatement. And if the if the abatement doesn't occur, the county can lien the property for the cost, which is several thousand dollars. And at that point, then it kind of goes into a holding pattern until it kind of moves up the priority list of code compliance cases that the county would then spend taxpayer dollars on to abate. And again, the abatement would not include a restoration plan, a landscaping plan. None of the conditions of approval that staff is proposing would be required. The only thing that would happen would be the log deck, the milling equipment, and the trailers that are on the site, and would be gone. It wouldn't prevent cars from coming in there. It wouldn't prevent the use of the site totally. So that is what would happen.
But it would prevent him using it as equipment storage.
That's right.
Because see, this is kind of where we're having the rub is that what's the incentive to the applicant to do these other things that we're asking him to do to mitigate the issues on the land if we're also turning around and saying you can't use it as equipment storage? I mean, that's the whole reason why he's interested in this property. If we're saying, to me, it's the carrot and the stick thing. He can use the property for this use that he'd like if he follows these different rules. So there is incentive for him to follow some of these other requirements if we're giving him the use permit. If we don't, then why would he do any of this?
There's been incentive all along to do the right thing, Supervisor Campbell.
I agree with Supervisor
fair
Half
enough,
too.
but I mean,
I'm gonna say one more thing, and then I think we could be here till midnight because we keep going around. I just want us to make sure we're looking at the permitted uses, because I don't know Mr. Leslie, and somebody made comment that good old boy system. Don't know him, don't care for who he might have contacts with, but I don't think that's how any of us operate. But I will say that he could put a mortuary on there, he could put a bar on there, he could put an animal shelter, he could put a mini mart, he could put this one really got me, commercial laundry or dry cleaning plants. If you know anything about commercial laundry, those things are super toxic. So I believe me, I know we all kind of want to be like, hey, knock it off. This has been going on for 7 years, but there are other things that are way more impactful than parking some trucks. So please don't build a laundry facility on there.
Well, so reflecting,
He's got the money to do it.
Supervisor Kirk's comments, I agree. What I'm hearing is 2-2. I'm not hearing any change in that. I would be happy to look for a motion. We can whatever motion we would like. If it doesn't succeed, it doesn't succeed. We can consider another motion that would hopefully find a majority. If not, I think basically this proposal would be, according to council, rejected without a majority vote affirming an option.
Or unless the board wanted to vote to
Delayed.
continue the hearing.
Right. So if you'd like to make a motion, I'd be happy to make a motion. Supervisor Half, let's be able to move this conversation forward.
Well, if you're asking me to make a motion, it might be a slight hybrid from what Supervisor Campbell proposed, but it would be, the first part would still be the same, that we would approve the zoning change, but not approve the conditional use permit, and that the lower area should be return to the way it was.
And I have a clarifying question on that, because of course this is so freaking complicated. Quincy, on the mitigated negative declaration, as one of the items we have to include in the motion, taking a position, if we're adding these conditions, are we able to accept the mitigated neg deck, or is that a requirement of what we're talking about right now?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to jump in. So a
Yeah.
couple things. One is if you approve the zone change, or you don't approve the zone change, you can't add conditions of approval to it. So you can't you can't approve the zone change and require the lower area to be restored. Zone changes don't come with conditions of approval. So that is not an option. To your question about the mitigated neg deck, the language I have up there in yellow is modifying existing mitigation measures in the mitigated neg deck. So you can still adopt the mitigated neg deck should you adopt the conditional use permit. One more twist. If you only approve the zone change, I'm going to recommend we use a different CEQA exemption. I would recommend that it's consistent with the general plan rather than accepting the mitigated neg deck.
Okay. So we we would, according to Supervisor Half's motion, add to that rejecting the mitigated neg deck. We would not need to accept that.
Well, you don't need to, but you could. You can certify an environmental document and not approve the project. So you can say mitigated neg deck's great, all the impacts are there. It's not really, it doesn't get you anywhere because you're not implementing the mitigated neg deck, but you can adopt it and not approve the use permit.
And then what are the ramifications of that after the fact?
The mitigation measures wouldn't be implemented because the mitigation measures are primarily for the physical development of the site. And if you just approve the zone change, you're essentially not approving the physical development of the site. So staff wouldn't be enforcing any of these mitigation measures.
And then what would be the way forward for the applicant?
It would go back to either he could take the initiative and remove the items from the property. There would be a code case, which I've outlined, or he could resubmit a different project.
So I would be, I don't know if it's a motion or what it is, county council, but I think it would be in our best interest as a board if we maybe postpone this until Goldenberg had a chance to weigh in. I'm not saying that because I know how he would vote, but I think it would, we're a five-member board for a reason. So I would recommend that we push this off until Goldenberg returns and maybe ask him to watch the video or something so he can get caught up to speed, but I would feel more confident about that.
And that would require a motion and a vote.
Yeah.
To
That will
continue
make a motion to postpone, what would you call it? Postpone the meeting?
Continue the public hearing.
Continue the public hearing until a later date.
Can we
No.
pick a date certain?
Can I
can
clarify too, this
And-
is what I was getting to earlier,
And
that
I'll second that motion.
if we're tabling it to a future date that's very similar to sending it back to staff to bring back recommendations, assuming that's what you don't want, it will be the exact same item we're talking about right now.
So sorry, what are you asking for?
What you're tabling will be the exact item coming back. We could use that same time to send it to staff to basically develop some of these details and bring it back. Before, we didn't choose that option because we didn't want a second meeting. If we're doing a second meeting,
I would say bring back these details that we've already looked into and developed at this meeting and just caveat it to the next one.
Okay.
Can you give more direction on what you want us to work on beyond what we've done so far?
When you bring it back, present it, but then also say, and this is where you guys ended the conversation.
So no changes.
Well, so it sounds like we were fairly close on some of the additional conditions. So maybe codifying those, clarifying them, and adding them to the actual document. And then some clarity on what are the implications of approving the zoning but not the use permit.
I don't have any other clarification to provide. I don't have any other clarification to provide on that. If you approve the zone change, the permitted uses are allowed, the conditional uses are not, If he has any uses on his site that are conditional, that he does not have a use permit for, he will go through a code compliance process. Or he can submit another application and we would continue to work with him. I'm not sure, unless I'm missing something, County Council, on what other options there would be.
Well, and to input on that, so we do have a motion and a second on the table. This is to table the item to a future meeting when all 5 supervisors would be here.
So-
Is that correct? All legitimate?
And I would join in Ms. Yaley's suggestion that we pick a date certain if we can, just to take care of noticing issues.
Is that acceptable?
simplify the
Yeah, I almost
process.
thought
What
that's
date would you
we're
like?
supposed to.
I'm gonna look over, to see where we're at. I think we're towards the end of March.
Right, so we were just discussing that one option would be the afternoon of February 27th, which is pretty quick, or it would be March 19th.
Preference?
I don't have a preference. I think if we can keep it's more for David. We know what this is about, so I say 27th. Get it done.
27th, okay?
I do have notice.
Not if you're saying the date and time, of the
continuing
date, if you're
Yeah,
continuing
it's
it, you don't
just a
have to do a
continuation.
notice.
Is that acceptable to?
Fine to me.
Okay, so amending that motion, we have a first, I believe it was by Supervisor Campbell, a second by,
A motion by Supervisor Kirk and second by Campbell.
thank you.
Can you
To
restate the
table it-
motion just to table it?
To
Sorry, thank
table
you,
it to
Supervisor
February
Brandon.
27th.
Okay.
The meeting of February 27th. Are we good?
So we did talk about including some of these other elements in the document. So technically, I guess that would be sending it back to staff.
Well,
to
no,
include those.
what the motion was
what you
to
want.
table it,
Right.
which we'd be basically
So-
picking up the conversation right
Right,
where
so
we're
I'm
at.
asking if Supervisor Kirk would like to amend his motion to include, to
Yes.
send it back to staff.
To send it back to staff with, I don't want to complicate this. We've put some time and energy into it, so I want to have this brought back to the board with what we've discussed here today. So whatever that amendment looks like. Sarah, help me out here.
I
don't
just
need to,
mentioned that.
And I'll
do
second.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, so the motion,
One other thing, just to be,
Oh, God.
sorry. I think we probably want to do a time certain, just because, so we would suggest 1:30.
1:30.
so am I hearing that the motion is amended to tabling this item, sending it to staff to continue working on with the recommendations for today, and having it return February 27th for a 1:30 PM appointment,
Yep, that's my motion.
right?
I will
And
second.
is that
Right.
seconded by Supervisor Campbell?
Seconded.
And is that okay with legal counsel? Is it good? Okay, so we have that motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? Okay, it passes 3-1-0. I said no. Yeah, we have a yes vote on the motion from Half, Kirk, and Campbell, and a no vote from Brandon. Let's, if that's okay with the board, skip reports for today, and we can catch up at the next meeting. Land use ones really take it out of you. So thank you, everybody, for hanging in with us. We'll adjourn the meeting at 4:26 PM.